Welcome to the semi-finals in the Julius Baer Generation Cup, where we will today definitely see a battle between Generation 17-year-old Vincent Keimer takes on world champion Magnus Carlsen in their semi-final match. It's going to be a tough one for the young German because Magnus Carlsen, with a performance rating way above 2900, is playing some of his best chess. So can the German do it, or will it be Magnus Carlsen in another final? Get ready for an exciting day in the Julius Baer Generation Cup.
This move I have never seen before.
It's now or never for Giri.
Unbelievable how he finds that move.
We've got to call that Prague style.
They're playing like stockfish.
But he's gone for it.
White hanging on. And he's dropped a bishop.
Dropped his bishop.
Handsome mistake.
This is so difficult.
Whoa! Oh!
No way!
Hello! That is the kind of move that I like to see.
And today we hope to see some great chess in two semi-final matches. One of them is between world champion Magnus Carlsen and young 17-year-old Vincent Keimer. They both went through from the quarterfinals yesterday. We started out with 16 players in the preliminaries. 8 players made it through to the quarterfinals, and now we have 4 players fighting for those 2 spots in the big final. The semi-final matches is played with best out of 4 rapid games, and if the 2 players are tied after those 4 rapid games, we will head straight to tie-breaks with Blitz and potentially Armageddon to decide who goes through to the final. And the 2 players in the final, they are guaranteed a spot in the final major this season in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. This is the 7th tournament this season, and after this one, only 2 tournaments to go to decide the best online rapid player in the world. And for Liam Le, one of the players in the semi-finals, well, making it to the final could mean he can climb to 2nd place on the overall tour standings, only behind Magnus Carlsen. So it is an important day for the players left in the Julius Baer Generation Cup. And yesterday, for Magnus Carlsen, he faced one of his favorite rivals in the quarterfinals.
He retreats it this way. Wow. But now, Simon, you mentioned this pawn break. It's going to come.
Oh, look at the bar, you guys! Jumping up for Levon.
Magnus there shaking his head. He knows he's in big trouble on the board and clock.
Great defence from Magnus, and I can see this heading towards the draw.
Magnus has just stepped his king forward, and that allows queen takes pawn check.
What is this?
I don't understand that. Oh!
Why did he do that?
It's not just a pawn with check, but when the king moves, the black queen comes in.
Yeah, he has seen it.
What's he done? Is he resigned?
He suddenly resigns, Magnus. Just a 1-move blunder.
Oh, nice one.
I've got 5 in 8 chance. So.
Oh, and
but wait
what
1 second.
just happened here?
Wait, really? Wow. And okay, so the computer, we see the top stockfish moves. It confirms black has a winning move. It's not king c8, which the computer says. It means castling queenside. So the black king is going to castle queenside. We said it was too risky earlier, but now it just wins.
Maybe the king can snake its way to the right.
Stalemate tricks. If you take the pawn...
Oh, checkmate.
Checkmate beats stalemate.
That's true.
We have a checkmate.
So,
Have a checkmate. The white king trapped.
and he's in.
He sacrifices his piece without thinking, Levon.
He's going to give his queen up somehow.
Oh, Magnus.
I think, yeah, there's nothing going on here, is there?
Yeah.
I mean, there's literally no way white can create a threat. This is the problem. You can't create a threat just with your queen and pawn.
This looks bad.
Oh, now he's
going to
laughing.
lose.
Oh, is it?
Blundered his queen. He knows a draw is the same as a loss. Unfortunately, wherever you put the white king, after a couple of checks, the black rook will win the white queen. I think he has resigned.
Yeah, it's over. Levon Aronian is knocked out of the Julius Baer Generation Cup. Winning 3 games, a dominant win eventually for Magnus Carlsen in the semi-final to make it through to, in the quarterfinals to make it through to the semi-final. In the studio, as always, we have International Master Jovanka Houska, Grandmaster Simon Williams, and Grandmaster David Howell to guide you through this day of semi-finals and David Magnus's performance so far. It's incredible, 29, I think it was 30-ish in performance rating.
Yeah, it's really top level. He's brought his best for the tournament, and it is incredible that he's able to focus with so much going on around social media talking, and yeah, on the board, he's been unparalleled so far.
And today he faces Vincent Keimer, who won his quarterfinal yesterday. And that was very impressive because he faced Pragnananda, one of the top players this season in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. So how impressed, Simon, have you been with this young German?
Very impressed. I mean, throughout the tour, Prag has played so well, defeating Magnus on a number of occasions. So anyone who beats Prag is obviously, a very good player. And Vincent, well, is he going to take over Prag's role as the big new prodigy? Yeah. It's going to be a big test today. So yeah, we'll see. Yeah. The
toughest battle in the quarterfinals yesterday was between Arjun Erigaisi and the youngest player in the tournament, Christopher Yu. It went all the way to blitz tiebreaks, but Arjun, he is ready for the semi-finals. And 19 years old, Jovanka. What do you think of the way Arjun is showing off here?
He's doing magnificently. You know, when he had to do it, he actually managed to recover his composure and defeat Christopher Yu. It was a very dangerous game. Lots of possibilities there, but Arjun, he's just a great player.
Yeah. And today he will play Liam Le in the semi-final because Liam Le, he knocked out Hans Niemann yesterday. Niemann is now out of the Julius Baer Generation Cup. So David, does that mean the drama for now is over between him and Magnus?
For now, we have been promised a statement, maybe a revealing statement early next week from Magnus Carlsen, but we can focus on the chess again. And that was a really close quarterfinal, I should mention. Liam Le against Niemann, some really close games. And yeah, it's all about the chess now in the semis.
And we do have a statement, not from Magnus, but from the International Chess Federation, FIDE. A few hours ago, they published this, among others, saying, "We strongly believe that the world champion has a moral responsibility attached to his status. His actions impact the reputations of his colleagues, sportive results, and eventually can be damaging to our game. We strongly believe that there were better ways to handle this situation. At the same time, we share his deep concerns about the damage that cheating brings to chess. FIDE is prepared to task its Fair Play Commission with a thorough investigation of the incident." So first of all, Jovanka, are you surprised that they're not taking any actions against Magnus, not punishing him in any way?
Well, that is slightly surprising, but what we see there is just a slap on the wrist to Magnus, like, don't do it again. But it is surprising somewhat that he's not being punished, that they are not kind of actually strongly condemning his actions, and in fact they agree with him that cheating is a problem, that it does need to be resolved, and that the situation is somewhat unsatisfactory as it stands.
Yeah. And they are also saying that they will start some sort of investigation. I guess that means, Simon, of Hans Niemann's games, if it is in St. Louis or other places.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. And I hope cheating as a whole, really, just the whole concept, because it hasn't just occurred, it's been around for decades, and it's been a big problem with events online especially, and not much has been done. You know, players have cheated in the past, they're allowed to play again and change their handles, and it is a big issue. So I'd like to see some quite strong, like, penalties or something if people are continuing to do that in the future. And I think they need to really make a strong statement about that.
Mm-hmm. And there's been more statements, actually. Several top grandmasters have now come out making comments. One of them is Magnus Carlsen's challenger in the World Chess Championship match in Dubai last year. And he is expressing support for Magnus, David.
Yeah, at least Nepo is calling for people to keep an open mind. He's essentially saying that there's no smoke without a fire, that there's some cause to believe that Magnus has his own reasons, that his suspicions have some foundation, but still not too much detail, not too much substance to the comments so far from Magnus, from Nepo, from others, including Caruana, who've spoken out on the topic, and still a lot of mystery left to be revealed.
Yeah. Still a lot of mystery, but there will definitely not be a final between Magnus Carlsen and Hans Niemann in this tournament. It's going to be either Magnus or Vincent Keimer against either Liam Le or Arjun Erigaisi. These are the semi-finals that we will follow today, and we will especially keep a very close eye on Magnus Carlsen against Vincent Keimer. This is a big day for the young 17-year-old. And before their match starts, let's hear what the two players said yesterday after winning quarterfinals.
Today was a great day, but you know, anytime you win 3 games in a row against such a good player, you gotta be happy.
Yeah. And Magnus, another semi-final. You have made it to every single semi-final in the tournaments you played this season. How will you describe this chess year for you?
I think overall it's been pretty good. I had a couple of downs when I lost to Ding fair and square. I mean, he just had an amazing tournament then, and the first major was a little bit unfortunate in that I was sick most of the way and I couldn't really show my best chess. But I feel like overall it's good, and both my energy level and my level of chess has been good for a while now.
Tomorrow, a semi-final against the world champion Magnus Carlsen. How much are you looking forward to that?
Very much. I mean, of course, it will be an extremely tough match, but I think that just having the chance of playing Magnus in a match is already great. So, yeah, I will just try to enjoy it as much as I can and learn as much as I can, and then we will see.
Recently, you also broke the 2700 mark in over-the-board classical chess. So what's happening lately? What is the reason for this fantastic progress?
Okay, first of all, I finished school in February or March, which means that basically now for the past few months I've been chess professional, which of course helps. Yeah, you just have much more time to work on chess.
And that has really worked out well for Vincent Keimer, recently breaking 2700, and now for the first time in the semi-final in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. But it's going to be a tough one on the tour. In 2 games, the only 2 games he's met Magnus, he has lost. So what will it take from Vincent today? What needs to be his plan to have any chance, David, to beat Magnus?
So first of all, the score doesn't tell the full story. When they played each other in the prelims, Vincent was actually winning. He outplayed Magnus. But what he needs to do differently today is to take a bit of killer instinct with him. He went a bit passive when he had that winning position against Magnus, and Magnus reasserted control. So Vincent needs to be a bit more fearless, a bit more direct, and he might have to take his chances when they come.
Yeah. He is one of 2 teenagers left in the tournament. We started out with 5, and we have been following these teenagers. And on this chart, it's very interesting. Vincent Keimer is the gray dots. Would you say, Jovanka, he's been very stable until making a little bit of a climb over the last year?
Yeah, definitely. You can see there's a very smooth trajectory there. That kind of tallies actually with what he says. You know, he's able to, now that he's finished school, able to study, and his results have begun to improve. But he's just a very, very talented player. He works hard and has a fantastic coach. That is Peter Oleko.
Aha, interesting. Yeah. What a player. And we do like to follow the Prodigy watch list. So these are the young players, the teenagers, to keep an eye for, because they are bound to be something big. And Vincent Keimer, look at that. He has a Prodigy rank of 7, which indicates that he is very likely to reach 2800. So Simon, do you think in 10 years' time, even 5 years' time, he will be one of the top 10 players in the world?
There's a chance.
Yeah.
I think it's too early to say. I mean, there's so many names now. I lose track daily of new prodigies which are coming through. There's just a whole wealth of this generation of just strong players. But Vincent, I believe, is right up there. I mean, for a number of reasons. I mean, first of all, I think you need a stable background. And I think his parents are quite well-known musicians. So he's got that kind of stable family who are maybe used to sort of more bohemian life. Yeah. He's had as a coach, which is a great thing, right? So if you've got one of the best coaches to continue your development, and he's just maturing at a really good rate. So I think there's a great chance he could be in the top 10, but it is a bit early to say for sure.
Yeah, but this is a big day for 17-year-old Vincent Keimer playing a match against world champion Magnus Carlsen. He did look calm, but he must be nervous inside, sitting in Germany at 6 o'clock. when the game starts. Magnus in Oslo. The other semi-final, Liam Le sitting in St. Louis in the US. It's early in the morning for him, 11 o'clock. Arjun Erigaisi playing late in the evening in India. Who do you hold as a favorite in that one, David? Liam Le or Erigaisi?
Well, this one, on paper, it's actually very close. I'll say Liam, just because he's got a bit more experience on the tour itself and he's had a lot of success. Very consistent player, but Erigaisi, I wouldn't be surprised at all if he wins. He's on a real high in his career right now.
Yeah. No doubt, Magnus Carlsen will be the huge favorite in the semi-final against Vincent Keimer. But Keimer, he's ready and he's been on Twitter.
He has been on Twitter and he's been sharing with us his thoughts. He says, I am very much looking forward to the opportunity of playing a match against the world champion. And what I liked about that interview yesterday was that he kind of showed the growth mentality that is so popular these days, you know, a la Carol Dweck. Everyone is talking about it. You either you learn or you win. You know, that's it. And he was saying that he's just enjoying the process. He's going to look forward to playing the world champion. And if he loses, there are lessons to be had. And that is apparently the best mindset you can have. No ego involved. Well, the mindset that I like.
Yeah. Here is Magnus Carlsen. He's going to have the white pieces in game 1. I think what you have said, David, the few players that do beat Magnus, it's often because they're very aggressive. Magnus doesn't like that. So should that be the plan for Vincent?
Usually I would say yes, and if I were Peter Lecco, if I were his coach, I would agree. I would say be a bit more direct, but it's not necessarily Vincent's style. He's a very positional player. He likes kind of these strategic battles, as Magnus does. It's going to be a different type of game today. I don't expect Vincent to go attacking from the off, but maybe later if he gets a chance to mix things up. That's how he beat Prag in the final game yesterday. He randomized it at the right moment, and meanwhile a queen's pawn opening and this little pawn push, this third move. Magnus, for the first time in his career, played it in game 6 of the World Championship last year, and a very famous game. Magnus beat Nepomniachtchi in that one in 7 hours 45 minutes.
Is that so?
Yeah, so he never really, it's aimed towards getting into a Catalan opening, this move order, but he never really played this specific order until last year, Magnus. But Vincent expects it and brings his bishop out.
Yeah, because that game has been studied a lot, I bet, since the World Championship match. One of the most historic games ever.
Yeah, a lot, that game.
And we were sitting here enjoying it, weren't we? That was amazing, one of my first experiences. And it was, I mean, that was brilliant for me to come in with, you guys and, commentate on that historic game. And I think we had a lot of fun going over that game with all its up and downs. So, yeah, it was really, really special moment.
Yeah. Longest game in World Championship history, and it was also Magnus's first win in the match. Nepo basically tilted after that. Over 7 hours. Incredible game.
Yeah, and Vincent has done his homework. I looked at this myself just very recently. I tried to play something very similar in the Chess Olympiad from the white side, but my opponent chose a different move order, and actually I was more scared of this move order because black now, he will save his light squared bishop. This last pawn push by black, it looks a bit innocent, it looks a bit naive, just taking a time out, pushing a pawn, but black's light squared bishop has a nice square to retreat to later, and it's actually very difficult for white to play in the center. The critical idea is for white to bring his queen out, attack some weak pawns on black's left side of the board, but yeah, Magnus seems slightly surprised.
Yeah, that's a Lico move if I've ever seen one, I reckon. But no, I mean, it's a very logical move, isn't it? Because the light square bishop, I mean, what I like about what Vincent's done here, he's gone for the maximum from the opening. So if you look at his light square bishop, it's poked out on the other side of his pawns, and a lot of times black doesn't bother doing this, but the bishop is so much more actively and better placed there, and this is what we say about trying to get the maximum from the position. So it does come with some risks, but he's saving that bishop with a little pawn move, and I like that, just going for what could well be strategically the best line, and we now see some quite logical moves. And here, this is again very normal for London systems, but some of the more, shall I say, positional London systems, and we have the exchange of queens, David, getting a pretty normalish position.
Yeah.
Normalish, but I'm not a huge fan of white's bishop on this this exact square. This kind of wall of pawns is going to block it out for a long time in the game. Vincent just moves his bishop out. This is clearly still preparation. I looked at this position as well myself. White's plan might be to push this pawn forward. White has doubled pawns after all, but still black's position is rock solid. And the queens are off. White doesn't have too many pawn breaks. White's only plan pretty much is to push this pawn forward. And meanwhile, black can just keep the structure. Black can actually stop these pawns advancing at some point.
I mean, that...
Yeah. There is one other plan, right, in the position for white, and that is to put the, as well as pushing those pawns forward, is to develop the dark square bishop, and put her to f4, and then afterwards you expand on the king side. And then just one final plan, this is why I wanted to mention it, is that the knight can actually reroute itself, the knight on f3. This is quite complicated, so you'll have to forgive me. It will reroute itself all the way. Yeah, David's got it. This one is just a very common plan.
Yeah, very typical plan. This is a bit of a weakness. So long term, I would agree, but I remember looking at this a bit and computers were not impressed at all. Black has resources in the position. So let's see what Magnus does. I'm assuming either Jovanka's move here, bringing the bishop out, or pushing the pawn. And you were going to say, Simon, about this pawn push.
I was going to say, yeah, I mean, when I've played these positions, which is quite rare, I sometimes get tricked into them to blitz game. I'd never want to play them. I'm always scared, as black, of this Bertie coming up the board, Barry the B pawn, because that gets rid of the pawn, but it causes a bit of pressure against black's queen side. But David, you know this much better than me. It's not something you can't stop that pawn getting there. That's probably worth pointing out. Black would love to stop that idea, but he can't. And I mean, that would scare me if I was black here. It would. I mean, I'd certainly be worried about this push. Yeah. But it's not a major problem, David, you think?
I mean, I guess Vincent studied this position before, or at least is familiar with the ins and outs, so I think he'll find ways to deal with this. But as you mentioned, it's quite nice for white to have this kind of semi-open A-file with his rook. It means you can get away with some stuff. Meanwhile, Jovanka's move on the board, bring the bishop out, very logical. And I'm expecting Vincent to maybe move this knight. There is a threat to win a pawn. For example, bishop takes knight now is a threat. Just kicking the black rook away, and a pawn will drop to white's rook. So that knight really needs to move, or you castle and defend it. But in the current position, if I remember correctly, black has two moves. You can bring the knight this way, or you can bring the knight this way. It looks a bit odd to put the knight on this edge of the board, but then it does stop white advancing. And yeah, it's definitely a technical position. And who's that going to favour? Usually I would say Magnus, but Vincent, he knows these types of positions quite well. Yeah, he's a very patient player.
What I noticed when I looked at the game that he played against you is that he's got his opening all worked out. And it didn't seem like you were playing a teenager at all. It just seemed like you were playing a very, very experienced grandmaster.
Yeah, so I played Vincent last year in the final round of the Grand Swiss, and I was so close to winning. So close. But if I had won, I would have come joint second in the tournament. I would have been playing in the Grand Prix, FIDE Grand Prix.
Oh, sorry, David.
A lot of ka-ching was involved. But yeah, it was a draw in the end. And like you said, Jovanka, his opening preparation caught me off guard. He was rock solid. Actually, I was a bit worried I would be worse with white in that opening. But his play in general, just very, very mature.
Yeah. And talking about teenagers, it's great that we have two teenagers in the competition. Maybe we might even see a teenager in the final. And the reason why I'm mentioning teenager a lot is because it is competition time. We are asking today, what is your funniest teenage moment? And you can send us your answers using the hashtag #ChessChamps. And one lucky winner will win a signed, this time, Air Things View Plus. Such a cool prize as it is, made extra special by our 4 signatures. Hopefully we haven't decreased the value. And looking forward to sharing and reading your tweets. And I think this is one that I might actually try and enter.
Yeah. All right, I like it. Yeah, we were thinking about doing most embarrassing teenage moment, but we went with funniest.
Yeah.
But it can be embarrassing.
But if you see my pictures as a teenager, you will realise that I fall in the embarrassing.
I don't have any teenage pictures of me, but I would also fall in the category of embarrassing, no doubt. No doubt. All right, you guys start thinking. We will obviously ask you guys about funniest / most embarrassing moment. But first, do we have some more interesting moves in the game?
Yeah, it's the moves we expected, pretty much. Black just developing his knight, very solid square, and white pushing his pawn forward. and this can be prevented. Well, actually, can't yet, but White wants to push his front B pawn forward, the front of those double pawns, and Vincent gains a bit of time by kicking back White's bishop. And White's bishop parks itself on a bit of a weird square. This bishop is kind of in limbo right now. It's just staring at its own pawns. But Magnus, I guess, will be arguing that he's provoked a slight weakening of Black's pawn structure on that right side. What do you think of this this last couple of moves?
All pretty normal. I'm still wondering. I'm just interested more than anything how Black's going to deal with the pawn push that Magnus is going to very shortly play, and I expect Magnus will now play this pawn push. I mean, I have to say though, this lunge of the Gary pawn pushing White's dark square bishop away is very, very useful for Black because, OK, Magnus playing on both sides of the board, but I was going to mention his bishop. The dark square bishop was on a great diagonal, Magnus's dark square bishop. Now it's on a really bad square. And I think probably with this move, he's trying to get that bishop back to that diagonal. It's more to stop a Black rook coming over, which we might see, obviously, a little bit later on. But I like this move from Magnus. He's expanding on both sides with that one. And we can see that Vincent just pushes forwards, gaining space as well.
Yeah, but like you said, Simon, once the bishop comes back here, later Black's rook will not be able to use this square, the b8 square, will be deprived of that post. And Jovanka's plan, the one mentioned a bit earlier, is also in play. For example, if Black just plays a very natural move, pushes a pawn, the White knight is coming, and actually it's very hard for Black now to defend this pawn, because right now the White knight attacking it, as mentioned as well, the Black rook, if it ever tries to defend, will simply get kicked away. White's pieces all have the perfect squares. Black's pawn chain will start to crumble. These pawns will just start dropping one by one. So this is where Magnus's knight is heading, the a5 square, and Vincent needs to find an antidote. I should also mention I have bad experiences on the Black side of this pawn structure, bad recent experiences. I lost a game to Arjun Erigaisi, another semi-finalist in this pawn structure when I had Black. I defended, everything was fine, but I just got really, really passive defending, especially this pawn. And I think after 50, 60 moves, my position just cracked. It was unable to hold on to all of these pawns later in the game. Just like Magnus is doing, he played on both sides of the board with White. So Magnus has a space advantage here with some pawns, also with his last pawn push, trying to gain some space as well.
Interesting.
Tense endgame, but top players, they need to master these pawn structures.
And are we already in the endgame? Only one set of pieces have left the board, the queens. How often do we see that is the first piece to be taken off?
It's true, actually. It's the only piece.
Yeah.
Even though the pawns are still on the board. Very rare.
Huh. But does that mean we're in an endgame?
I'd say middle game.
Yeah.
Queenless
Okay.
middle game is the
Queenless middle game.
technical term, Kaja.
Okay. It doesn't look like an endgame. I will definitely say that, yes.
No. Plenty of tension here, and Vincent increases that tension by pushing in the centre. And I don't think Magnus wants to take that pawn. Black's knight will just spring to life. Maybe he just gets on with his plan.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I wonder if he'd push the pawn or move the knight around, the two plans that you've both mentioned. I mean, maybe move the knight now, I guess. But I like this move in the centre from Vincent. He's got to try to create some counterplay somewhere, and the centre seems like the most natural place to do that. I mean, I'll be honest. This is again, this kind of position is really a matter of taste, isn't it? And my taste would avoid this position,
With Black, yeah.
and probably with White, I have to say, because you know, it's refined taste to play this all your life. I see people, especially club players, who go into this kind of middle game. And they've been doing it for 20, 30 years. You know, so, yeah, refined taste, I think, is a nice way. Why change
a good thing, you know?
Well, because they don't... I've seen... This is one of the problems with a lot of club players. They stay the same rating, like, let's say, 1800, all their life, but they never change their openings or anything or the way they play. They're like, you know, they're old. You can't teach an old dog new tricks, but you've got to change. It's normal in life to change, yeah? I mean, just even if it makes you worse, you know, just change. Don't play the same old stuff all the time, you know?
You know, I changed and I lost like loads of rating points.
You're going to, but at least you're learning from losing, right? As you said earlier, you know, you're learning from the process. So it's all a learning process. I mean, you know, I do say you should stick with the same openings for a long, long time, but you should try new things out, surely, David?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Experimentation is normally the way to find your strengths and weaknesses, and they do say that that's the definition of madness, right? Just doing the same thing time and time again, just expecting different results.
It's true.
So, I mean, that's where I found I made my biggest jump as a player, was when I started learning new things, opening my mind. And like Jovanka says, I lost plenty of points in the early days when I was trying out new openings, but eventually, once you master those new structures, those new ideas, it pays off. You gain those points back. It's all a journey. Chess is a journey.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, we did see a trade of pawns in the centre, and Magnus deciding whether to maybe attack this black knight in the middle with his dark squared bishop, or maybe the white knight will move again, or push this pawn. It's like a combination of all the plans we've discussed. And he's just getting rid of his doubled pawns, first of all, but he's also trying to loosen up black's pawn structure. And this pawn, it can be traded off, but it's not lost because white has this pin on the A file. White's rook in the corner does a great job, so black can only capture this pawn in one way, and white's knight is able to recapture. So just a softening up of black's pawns.
Huh.
Still in the balance. It's very tense, queenless middle game.
Yeah.
Still a rarity. At least a set of pawns have disappeared. Another set of pawns are about to disappear. It's starting to kind of clarify the position. But whose favour? It's still hard to say. I like what Vincent's done, just staying very, very calm. You're laughing at your feet there.
I'm just laughing. I thought I'd subject the world to a picture of my teenage self. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, everyone. I think I was around about 16. I was 16. I hadn't yet accepted I had curly hair. I didn't know I had curly hair, so I would brush my hair straight every day, and it would just like grow like this. And yeah, there it was. I was an E4 player then, and I was playing at the British Championships. I think that's in Torquay.
Very cool.
I was, had big glasses as well.
Yeah.
Like, that was...
You were completely different, I have to say.
I mean, I think you can maybe mention this time when we went to play in the Under-20 World Championships, talking about funny moments. There was a photo. It was a great photo. I've got to find it. I won't be able to find it today, but if you follow us on Twitter with me and Jovanka at the disco there, but that was after the last round. I think, we're about 18, 19 years old. And I do remember one funny moment, but do you want to...
Yeah, it was one of those drunken moments. Probably my most embarrassing thing I've ever did, which is just... got drunk and I poured some beer over a grandmaster. Oh. But I was, in fairness, he wasn't, he made a bet and he didn't stick to his deal. So his part of the deal.
Oh, so you did, it wasn't...
No, it was deliberate. I did it deliberately, but it was a drunken thing, and I think I asked Simon,
great.
and Simon goes, yeah, go for it. I asked everyone was like, yeah, and at the time, it
I like the way,
like...
Jovanka, that you asked me, you know what I'm going to say. Yeah. You're like, Simon, should I throw a pint over this person's face? Of course you should, Jovanka.
It's a good idea. Look at that, he's made a deal, he's broken it, of course,
nice.
And so...
Oh, it's brilliant. I remember it, this pint going flying all over this this
I mean,
player's
everyone
face.
has that dream at some point to just go up to an idiot and just...
Throw a pint over them.
Yeah. I like it, Jovanka.
Yeah, well, I've never done it since.
Can we name this grandmaster?
No. But in later years, I met him again, and I was actually playing adjacent to him. Before that, he'd had a firm. He was not making any eye contact with me whatsoever. But because I changed so much, I'd lost quite a lot of weight. I didn't have any glasses. My hair was curly. He didn't reckon. He was like looking at me, going, and then he saw my name and he goes, Yeah, sorry.
I like it. So we have a fun story from teenage years in the studio. Bring us yours as well, using hashtag #ChessChamps. One winner will get an AirThings device signed by everyone in the studio, even the beer thrower here.
Your new nickname, Jovanka, the beer thrower. I have to say, don't mess with Jovanka. If you see Jovanka out and about, make sure you're polite. Otherwise, you might be getting a beer over your face. No, Jovanka's too lovely for that. I'm only joking. It was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Have you ever
all sports seem to have English hooligans. Even chess.
Yeah. I mean, Jovanka being an English hooligan. It just doesn't. No, it just doesn't work, does it? Not at all. So it was well deserved, I think, at the time. Well, I don't know. I was drunk. Probably. Can't remember. So.
All right. Well, going back to the board, two knights on supporting each other. I don't know, maybe not that, but they're all next to each other.
Yeah, supporting their pawns. Yeah, these knights on the queen side for white look pretty good. They're ready to jump in if necessary. Right now, though, it's still about this tension with the white b pawn. Just to clarify, just to reiterate, it cannot be captured this way because the black rook would fall. Rook takes rook. It's not protected. This would be a deadly check. White would win a piece. And likewise, black doesn't really want to capture the other way right now. Firstly, white could safely take this pawn due to the pin again, but the central pawn might look even more juicy. You could take this pawn off, you're attacking this bishop, you're threatening to jump in with a nasty check, a nasty fork, and white's knight would just be too powerful to deal with. So it's a bit awkward for Vincent. He doesn't really want to touch this pawn. Magnus has just kind of jumped to this square with his knight, defending the other pawn. And OK, what ideas could black come up with if he doesn't really want to change the pawn structure? Any suggestions here?
I just don't really like black's position. I mean, I know that it's probably totally playable. Maybe I'm a bit biased, but it just seems like white has all the ideas. All the ideas that both of you have mentioned have been white ideas. I mean, where are black's ideas in this position? What should black be doing here to get some counterplay? I mean, I don't know.
That's a good question. I mean, the first move that came to my mind was planting the knight on this square. You're attacking white's bishop, you're attacking this pawn, but white's bishop can move from any potential exchange, gain a move, gain tempo as well, hitting this rook. I guess black could castle, for example. I mean, you can move this rook. It's still not too late to castle the king. Not necessarily to safety this time, but just at least now you're connecting your rooks and you're asking a question finally of this pawn. OK, to me, this looked very natural. Maybe there was some tactics, for example, in this position of a trade of pawns and white's knight jumping forward, something like this, where suddenly this dormant bishop comes to life and some tricks like this. I think this is what perhaps scared Vincent into playing the move we'd see on the board. Vincent, maybe scared of a sacrifice on this square, blowing the position open, has retreated his piece. And suddenly after this move, I agree with you, Simon. Suddenly this is a passive piece. I don't really like the momentum for black.
Where did black go wrong?
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's still fine, but...
Yeah, maybe. I mean...
Yeah, maybe it's just that type of position which looks nice for white, but it's still hard to crack for black.
Yeah, OK.
We have a draw in game one between Liam Le and Arjun Erigaisi Liam with the white pieces. Only 20 minutes that first game lasted. It is a draw. They will now have 15 minutes to rest and prepare for game two, where Arjun Erigaisi will have the white pieces tied after 1 out of 4 rapid games in their semi-final match. This one seems like a lot of play left in this game.
A lot of play left, and the other game they played doubly as fast. They played 35 moves, and we're still on move 18 here. So, yeah, speedy stuff from the Vietnamese player and the Indian player.
Does that mean we are bound to see some time trouble in this game, do you think?
It's possible. Depends how much more the position simplifies over the next few turns. Yeah, I mean, there's still enough tension. It feels like Magnus wants to obtain a time advantage. He's playing slightly quicker, castling his king now. Again, not about king safety, more just to get his rooks connected. But yeah, it's hard to say. I have a feeling that Vincent, in a few of the games today, will be under some time pressure. When I've played him, both online in lots of speed chess, but also over the board in that game at the Grand Swiss, yeah, time pressure. It did occasionally play a part, so black does the same. Black copies, castles, and still very tense.
I think I remember from his quarterfinal yesterday against Prague that he handled time trouble very well, Vincent.
Yeah, he gets low on the clock, as far as I remember, but he handles it well. When you're young, he calculates so quickly like Vincent does. It's easier to navigate when you're down on the clock, I guess.
I mean, there is a pawn in pre now. I mean, sorry, just looking at the position.
Yeah.
I mean, black's castled and he's left his Harry pawn on pre. And I'm just thinking, well, you know, I see a pawn. I grab a pawn. You know, and obviously you should look at the most critical moves first. You shouldn't believe your opponent. You should work out what happens if you take this pawn. I mean, I don't know if you take it first of all or grab a pawn first, but what is going on if we just grab that pawn and attack the rook?
Feels like, I mean, that was completely off my radar for a second. I just completely forgot. Has Vincent forgotten? Surely not. But where does he move his rook?
I mean, I guess he's going to get enough counterplay on the queen side somehow. Something like this, but
maybe even this square would be clever, just because the position's about to open. This pawn is attacked.
Yeah.
If we see a trade of pawns, the rook comes to life.
Yeah, and this is probably Vincent's idea to get enough counterplay, and okay, Magnus going for something else instead.
He doesn't yet take this pawn, but it's still there. It's up for grabs.
I was going to say, I think he's... Oh,
takes
no,
it.
he takes it.
Yeah.
And I think we'll see the rook go to the open line, attacking the knight. And now the knight centralises itself.
Yeah, it's really... I mean, it's hard to evaluate this position. This pawn is up for grabs. Black's rook can get active, but again, the white knight looks really well placed. This pawn is defended right now, but it's an eternal weakness. It's so hard to call. Maybe the simplest move would be to take this pawn with the bishop, just to kick away this really strong knight, ask it to make a decision at least. If we see a knight takes bishop trade, at least Black's got rid of his bad bishop. And who knows? I mean, evaluation bar thinks Black's maybe even slightly better, but I'm biased. I would take the bishops. I would take white perhaps. How about you guys? How would you evaluate this position?
Black's got lovely pawns in the centre there, it seems to me. And, you know, nice open file for the rook. But as you say, it's really hard to evaluate. I don't know. I mean, I guess roughly even is kind of fair, with chances for both sides is just a fair assessment of this kind of position, really.
Yeah. I feel the same. You know, it's so dynamically balanced. And, you know, yeah, Black has got nice pawns, but, you know, White has got a protected outside pawn over there, Harry. And that could be something that does a lot of damage when the pieces get traded off. And of course, White has the bishop pair as well. So both sides have got their advantages. And I don't know, it's going to get messy. This is the thing with this kind of position. You know, it did look like White was controlling the pace of the game, but now it looks like it's completely wild. Anything can happen. And I feel that the position is so critical that we're going to see who is going to get the advantage in the next space of the moves.
Yeah, the next few moves are essential. And I was about to say maybe it's time for Magnus to just blow open the position, and he does that. If these pawns get exchanged, suddenly this white bishop, the fianchettoed bishop, will come to life on this diagonal. Got some targets there. Suddenly the white knight, if these pawns disappear, the white knight might get into the game, centralise. I love this last move by White, but clearly Black is solid enough. It's getting really complicated. Got to calculate. I'm surprised Vincent didn't take this pawn on the last move, because now suddenly he has to start counting. For example, if bishop takes pawn, what happens if pawn takes pawn? This is another capture and another capture and another capture and another capture, and it's like, ugh, hurts the brain. So I think in practical terms, it was maybe wise not to allow all this chaos. But Magnus, he's jumped on the opportunity, and we might well see that variation after the pawn has stepped forward, because Black does indeed capture, and suddenly this knight is en prise. Ooh, there's tactics here. I mean, this is an idea. Knight takes pawn with a double attack here.
You've got the other way, haven't you? Can you not take the bishop and take twice on d5 as well? I mean, that looks... I guess Black is getting enough counterplay, but this is so much to calculate here, and I want to open up the light square bishop, yeah, with this move.
This piece, yeah.
I mean... I look at this and I look at, unfortunately, evaluation bar is like biased in my view, as is just 0.0. And I'm like, come on, evaluation bar, get your act together. Are you still waking up? What's going on with you today?
It's not nice when you're being flatlined by the evaluation bar. You're getting really excited about the position. It's like they're going...
Nah, nothing going on. The computer says no.
Yes.
But look at it from my point of view. I look at the position, I'm like, yeah, and the bar.
Yeah.
That's waking me up.
But it's certainly not boring, is it, David?
Yeah.
I mean, this is certainly not just 0.0, nothing going on.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, Magnus right now, he's burnt 1 minute, but he has to burn even more time. He's got this capture to calculate, as we showed, this one, as we showed, and also pawn takes pawn on the radar. So 3 viable captures, which all lead to 5-6 move variations. Ugh, I don't envy the Norwegians' task right now to calculate all of this. He's going to have to spend a lot of time. Critical moment, as we said. And the bar, I think it's ready to shoot in either direction. It might go very far to White's favour, also could go the other way.
And he's taken the pawn, and yeah, still loads of things to calculate, as you highlighted. Gosh.
Too much.
Because it's like every single move, you know, there's like the three, the captures, the checks, the threats. Look at that.
I mean, just look at the minor pieces. Look at the knights and bishops. They give me a headache. I mean, they're all over the place in the middle, aren't
It's like
they?
someone randomly threw them onto the board.
Exactly. Yeah, just get the pieces and whack them on, and they have no real like normal harmony.
Yeah.
You know, they're just very, very random. But
Spread out.
it's
undefended.
Yeah, and it's clearly a critical moment, isn't it? Now, this is where, at this moment, the game could easily turn to one side's favour. Slight inaccuracy, and you're going to lose this now.
Okay. From both sides.
Yeah.
Exactly. And, I mean, the way I would approach this is, if I were Vincent, if I were ticking down on the clock, I would think, OK, how can I just control things? First, I would do all the calculation. If it was still a blur in my mind, which it is right now, then I would just try and control things. OK, it's level pawns right now. If you could maybe just stop all the craziness, stop all the fun, trade off some pieces, maybe that would be one solution. Black's central pawn could just push forward, try and block it up, try and keep things closed. But yeah, in the end, it's so hard. If you get caught up in the moment with, there he goes, I think maybe the most human move. It does allow this one. Wow. Magnus leaving his knight at the top of the board to get captured, but he's attacking Black's rook. That white knight on the edge of the board attacking Black's rook and attacking Black's dark squared bishop. Oof, everything's hanging here. Really hard to...
Should Vincent now take the white knight?
I think he needs to save his rook.
Okay.
That black rook on the second rank, it's attacked right now by the knight on the edge of the board. You can't get rid of that knight, at least. Obviously, you want to capture white's pieces, but the rook is the most important right now. And, OK, he does shuffle it one square to the side. We see Black's dark squared bishop fall. Which knight do you take, even, right now? You can take both of those two white knights. You can choose. He takes this one.
I'm surprised at that one, actually. I thought that he would preserve his bishop.
I think he had to be careful of the pawn in the centre, didn't he? That was the problem. And but now Magnus, as you said, Jovanka, he can get the two. They can get the bishop pair if he wants. He can grab that bishop, and it'll be two bishops versus 0. And Magnus loves those positions, and it does seem quite open. Maybe he can sack a pawn in the middle to open them up more. But visually, again, this shows how little I'm understanding of this game. I really like White's position, because I'm sort of just I'm just counting up the pawns as well. OK, I'm a bit slow today, and it is 4 pawns each. But the two bishops look lovely. OK, and he hasn't done that.
Why did he take the knight and not the bishop?
That's not a question for me. I don't know.
Good question. I think it's so that he could play this move. If you'd taken the bishop instead, then Black's knight, which would have then been on the board, could have captured this pawn. Now the remaining Black knight cannot capture this pawn, because look at White's light squared bishop and look at the Black rook in the corner. They're on the same diagonal. Black's knight is actually pinned on that diagonal right now. So I think he just wanted to open up his bishop. That was the priority. I think he's focusing on his own pieces.
Would Alpha Zero take the other one because it loves the bishop here?
Quite possibly. I think it's a matter of taste from a human point of view, but it's still unclear. We'd probably have to analyse that position for quite a while to decide which capture was best. In the end, Vincent, he's just trying to eliminate White's central pawn.
I think this is a good decision that he's made, moving his rook to the E-line. You know, he's just simply saying, let's change the nature of the position so that all the pawns remain on one side of the board. And that way, the bishop pair is just slightly less effective. And, well, decision time from Magnus. Is he going to try to hold on to the pawn, or is he perhaps forced to play rook takes pawn and try to work the position from all angles? And whilst Magnus is thinking, I know this is a super tense position, but I have a few more stories to share with you. Do I have time?
Yes.
The first one, teenage.
Two bishops, White's two bishops also look very strong, with his queen and rook dominating those open files. So this is bad news for Liam. Yesterday, Arjun, I think, won nearly, well, every game with the white pieces. He seems incredibly strong when he has the white pieces. His theory is very sharp. He reminds me of Ali Reza, Firouzja, a little bit. You know, his openings are just so dangerous to play against. So, you know, if you're going to model your game, this is a great way to improve. You know, model your openings on a player that you admire. And I think even though Arjun is a very young player, he'd be a very good person to model your white openings on.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And right now, let's try and defend for Liam. Black's queen, rook are attacked. You need to save the queen. She's the more valuable piece. Either you drop her back to a passive square like this one, and after knight takes rook, you just accept that you're going to be a rook for knight down. Maybe you can grab a couple of pawns in the process, but those pawns will drop off. Or, I guess if you're trying to be ambitious, you jump into the center. At least now you're attacking this guy. That being said, it's just a pawn. Maybe white just ignores this and plays knight takes rook, because after all, this is just one check. The king will shuffle into the corner. Black can't actually do anything with this diagonal. I mean, I'd have to do a bit of counting here. It's a bit complicated. For example, if pawn takes pawn, black is a whole rook down, but this one is attacked. This knight is attacked. This must be going through Liam's mind. I just hate the black king. It's not that I hate it. I have no personal grudge against it, but I just hate where it's positioned, no shelter.
It's a problem in the long run. The black king is a lot weaker than the white king. The white king might look a bit exposed in this position, but it's not really, is it? I mean,
super safe, yeah.
It is actually super safe, and even though white's winning a bit of material, I think it's the long-term thing of the black king. You know, the bishops, the queen, the rook, they all could flood in to attack it, always going to be open to checks. So Liam Lee really needs to, I think now, turn the randomise button somehow, you know, just try and complicate this position as much as he can.
Yeah, first he just has to move his queen. He just has to do a bit of calculation and, yeah, as you say, randomise it somehow. Just not easy to do. Just the white bishops, not only do they control squares, but they protect the white king. It's looking very, very good for white. Yeah, I mean, we were talking about his preparation, Eric Geisy, but I mean, it's just incredible how quickly he's learnt some new openings. He's adapting, as far as I can tell from his games, he's playing new openings, new ideas, like round after round, game after game. He must have just some incredible kind of chess notes available to him and incredible memory to learn them all.
I mean, what is the best way to go about learning a new opening? I mean, obviously, chessable, I think, is the obvious answer nowadays. You can learn an opening with the best players in the world, watch the video instruction, and then practice that. But
aim chess is good.
Aim, yeah, that's good. I mean, there's many pieces offer out there, but I mean, how would you go about it, David? I mean, if you know yourself, I mean, you do similar things. Books, yeah. I like books.
Yeah.
I'm a bit old school, I am, you know. So
Playing is also a good idea. I mean, like Magnus Carlsen, he got fantastic because he just played so much, and that's how, in fact, how I improved. I was not a massive chess book reader.
It just reminded me of a funny moment with Magnus Carlsen, one of those blooper clips where he said, it's important to sit by the board and play with yourself.
We've all
they
been
cut
there.
that out of the
We've all been there,
official
David.
video.
I mean, we've all made bloopers.
Yes, okay,
We've all slipped up.
yeah.
Yeah, but I think it's a mix of everything. Nowadays, there's some great online tools, of course, but books, videos, and I agree with you guys. I mean, my tip, when I was young at least, I grew up a bit before these guys, but I was just playing a lot online, trying new openings out online, seeing what my opponents do against these openings, and from there I can kind of learn, predict. I always analyse my blitz games afterwards, see where I went wrong in the opening, see where I could have done better, learning the plans. At least then you can play 100 training games in one evening if you keep playing the same opening, and you can pretty much learn the whole opening in a day these days. Okay, meanwhile, the black queen stepped out of the firing line. She looks a bit loose there somehow. I think Erigaisi can just safely go and capture that black rook with the white knight.
First move that comes to my mind here is going for checkmate. I mean, you know, surprisingly enough, can you just now switch the bishop into the middle, attack the queen, and make a path for the white queen to come over towards the king? I mean, this is a move that I'd certainly be considering. I know I can take the rook. I know I'm allowing you to take a pawn with check, but you know, checkmate does end the game. I like checkmating. It's always fun. It's always, you know, a bit of an addiction of mine. Yeah. But
it's a healthy addiction to have, Simon.
And you're right.
Yes. I
mean, this queen is coming. This is going to be a check. The queen can also come to this square, hitting the knight.
I mean, you've got a lot of pieces floating around that king. I mean, it looks terrifying for black. I mean, this position. I mean,
you literally have one defender, and that's kind of misplaced on the edge of the board.
I mean, it's quite hard to calculate this, but instinctively, it seems very dangerous for black.
And actually, there's a big threat. I mean, you could even just take this knight off the board, get rid of the final defender, bring your queen in with time, with tempo, check.
And the rook.
And yeah, I mean, you give another check. And
there we go.
He goes for it.
I've still got the magic.
Hacker.
Yeah, the hacker magic.
Yeah.
Yeah, and actually in this variation, as we showed, the black queen hit. If she does move, take a pawn with check. The king moving. Black is 3 pawns up, but Eric Geisty doesn't care. He has the safer king. White's king safe as houses. Black's king. It looks like it's doomed. I'm surprised the computer just says 2.7. It's the type of position it's either going to be +10, completely winning, or black is surviving. But maybe there will be a way for black to kind of jettison material, give up a piece or something just to survive the oncoming attack.
Game 2 between Vincent Keimer and Magnus Carlsen has started. First one was a draw, and in this one, Vincent Keimer has the white pieces. We will, of course, jump into that when this game finishes. Could be soon. I mean, Liam ticking under, now down to 2 minutes on the clock and in trouble on the board.
Yeah, and I just noticed while I was kind of complaining the computer valuation wasn't so high, it's gone up even more. Plus 5.2.
I think he had to keep the queen near his king, David, there. I think this is a very greedy pawn. I mean, OK, I mean, he's holding the position together with that one knight, but I just don't believe this. I mean, he's got some little tricks here, but I just looking at the black king and I'm just thinking, put some clothes on, you're naked. It's embarrassing. You know, you're gonna.
Yeah, I have to say, it looks very dangerous. I mean, obviously the position is super difficult for black, but some moves that kind of spring to mind are just like attack the queen, move the bishop, try to.
Yeah, I mean,
swap off knights. Those are the kind of, and then try to initiate a rook swinger. But there is one trick actually. You have to, if you do attack the queen with your rook, for instance, then there is knight takes bishop, which is the big.
But this is critical, isn't it, Jovanka? I mean, the white queen can now come in, and this is really. This could also still be winning, you know, even it could be. But I think black has to play that, Jovanka, right? That idea.
It's still not 100% clear here because you can't capture the queen. No. Maybe as you say, Simon, you just take the knight off the board and actually the attack just continues. The queen is still hit. OK, he doesn't go for this, Arjun. This would have been complicated, maybe too much to calculate. Instead, he just removes this knight from the board. What is his plan? I guess after pawn takes bishop, he's going to do the same thing, except he won't lose a bishop in the centre on the next move. Now he'll attack the queen.
And the dark square bishop now has that beautiful central square. He's basically removing a defender, one of black's key defenders of the central square. And that could be, we've seen the black king trying to hide in the corner of the board, but now with the dark square bishop floating in, it can't hide there anymore. And it's looking like this is getting very near checkmate to me, this whole sequence. You've got 4 pieces, rook, bishop, queen and knight attacking a very bare king. Can't survive this, surely.
You just have to give up your queen now. The queen is hit, and the knight behind it would fall if the queen moves. So you just have to play queen takes rook, I guess, give up that piece. You have to take the white knight, and you just have to close your eyes and
pray to the gods.
Yeah.
Imagine that this king has some clothes on and pray. OK, he doesn't go for this. He pushes a pawn instead. OK, counterattack. Interesting move.
OK, it's a good move, actually. Yeah.
At least it could discombobulate white, confuse white a bit.
Good words there, David. Good words. Yeah.
The bar has gone down a bit.
Yeah.
Only 2.7 now for white. Maybe this is something Arjun missed. I must admit, I missed it as well. These intermediate moves, these kind of zvish and zugs, as we call them, rather than moving pieces that are attacked, flicking in different moves first to counterattack. This is quite clever.
Good defensive move. Yeah, I mean, and that is, like you say, discombobulating white a bit here. And it's not quite over yet, then. I was getting a little bit optimistic there, but...
I mean, it looks like it should be completely winning for white. Logic would tell you that this black king won't survive, but logic is one thing in chess. You have to prove it. You have to be concrete. Not easy. The white queen will move. You don't want to trade off too many pieces. But where's she going to go? Up, across. I guess those are the 2 main moves. You could also consider it playing knight takes knight with a check and then moving the queen. Wow, and the computer says there's only 1 move to really win, another move to keep the advantage. The third top move, I don't think we'll see, and then the white advantage starts disappearing. So the computer thinks, Stockfish at least thinks that moving the queen across 1 square, which is actually maybe the most natural move, is the best one. So you save the queen and you threaten to jump in with a check.
Yep.
Yeah. Second best move is to just slip up the queen 2 squares, keep her safe. Yeah, I think we'll see one of those two. Here.
I mean, you wouldn't swap the queens off here. I mean, it might be a good move, but you just wouldn't want to consider that one when you're going for your opponent's king.
No, definitely not.
Yeah.
No, move the queen to the left. That was the first move that I was looking at as well. But, gosh.
But is that black pawn going to be a big danger for Arjun?
It's something to keep an eye on. I mean, you always have to keep it under lock and key. But as long as it's controlled, what is the most pressing thing at the minute is the black king. You know, how is black going to defend that king? And how is black going to escape from all these attacks? And the queen does slide 1 square to the left. And whilst we're waiting for Liam to come up with a move, we actually had an answer from Akash Jain, who said that Arjun is mostly working with Srinath Narayan, but he also revealed during Tata Steel India that his coach is also the legend Rustam Kazimjanov. So these are fantastic coaches.
Who used to work with Fabiano, is that right?
Yes.
Aha.
Before the famous divorce, as he called it himself. The split between coach and student, it's very emotional.
He found himself a younger player. I'm sorry.
As soon as they turn a certain age,
Yeah.
And OK, meanwhile, this variation we actually showed a few moments ago has happened on the board, except black got that extra pawn move for free. So black gave up a queen for rook and knight. And, OK, white's queen now jumping in. So white's only attacking with 1 piece, but it should be enough. The white queen hitting black's knight. Also, as Kaja also mentioned, that black pawn could just get picked off the board. Anytime Erigaisi wants, the white queen could swoop back and take it. Looking good. It looks like black is just devoid of any real defensive resources.
Yeah, it's all going wrong. The clock is not his friend. The position is not black's friend either.
Yeah. Erigaisi's so quick, so confident.
Yeah.
It must be so kind of scary playing against him when the moves keep coming thick and fast.
But Liam, you know, he is a fighter and he is setting some traps. For instance, lots of people at home might be thinking there's a knight up for grabs.
Yeah, I'm thinking, oh.
Yeah, I'm also thinking that too.
I was like, I'd be very tempted just to grab that and probably lose somehow. But I mean,
I think the idea is that the rook will then attack the queen.
So the knight, you can just take it off the board. The rook comes across, hitting the queen. If you go to the wrong square, then whoops, the black rook comes down and suddenly the white king is in danger. Finally, we see the reason this pawn is important. It supports the rook. Black will make a new queen, but I guess we can just drop back with a check. We gain a bit of time. We also cover this square, so black can't use it. It still looks winning, if I'm not wrong. The king will move and...
Maybe the bishop comes in now.
Yeah, maybe the bishop comes in. Come to check the black king. Also, it's nice to keep an eye on this square just in case, right? So this looks very strong, or at least strong enough in the current position just to go and take this knight. We had to calculate a little bit, look into the future, but looks fine. I guess if he wants to play super safe, he'll just come back and take this pawn.
Yeah.
And then he'll go for the king later. But why not play the most ambitious move? He has plenty of time to calculate. Take this knight.
So I'm just seeing pictures coming up. And
this one is of Chris Baker. He's sending us a teenage picture of himself.
Which Chris Baker? There's lots of Chris Bakers.
Oh no.
Oh, there's another Jovanka.
There's another Jovanka with glasses and with the bushy hair. Yeah, that was me.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember you as a teenager, Simon. And also David.
Yeah. Was I well behaved? Good. No. Okay.
That's the beer thrower.
Yeah.
Yeah. Says the rebellious Jovanka. At least I never got a beer over my face by Jovanka.
That's true.
Many GMs
Only
failed.
one person.
Only
one person managed
so
that.
Far.
Yeah, so far, yeah. It sounds like you're setting a challenge, Kaja.
Have to behave, yeah. All right, the bar is loving the situation for Arjun Erigaisi. 5 minutes left on the clock. 29 moves. Liam moves his queen back with 50 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the variation we predicted is on the board. White went greedy, grabbed that knight. He swooped back with his queen, and now, yeah, Simon's move, I think, is the simplest. Just bring that white bishop into the game.
Yeah, I mean, I guess black, I mean, it's lost, isn't it? But, I mean, you just got to be a bit careful of the pawn that Kaja pointed out, you know, the black pawn. If that black pawn is, you know, eliminated, stopped at some point, then it's complete. You can resign, because you're a queen down, right? So black's playing for tricks with that pawn, but there's not many tricks, right? I mean, you can try throwing your bishop in to block. You know, I'm just punting really here. There's not anything.
Yeah, there's nothing at all here. White's last move really classy, going for the black king, but also stopping, just protecting this pawn's promotion square. Yeah, queen for rook. Doesn't matter how many pawns black has. Also tripled pawns, we should mention, on the c-file.
Yeah.
Yep.
We know what they're called.
Yep. Yeah, the old Irish pawns.
Could he start moving those up the board, or will he never really have the chance?
Yeah, he has the chance, but the time, I mean, it just takes too long. Black has to bank everything on this one, this c2 pawn right now, and yeah, I think Erigaisi is ready to go and pick it up. So, okay, we see a trade of bishops incoming. Black now is at least covering this promotion square with his bishop, so I would recommend just trading off. And then maybe bringing white's rook across to blockade that pawn. But yeah, plenty of ways to win this one, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you know what I'd do as black here, don't you? Resign. Yeah. I saw someone actually brought out a T-shirt of that.
Yeah, I saw that.
Like, yeah, just,
were you happy?
I think it was
Did you want
good.
your image on it?
No, definitely not. No one would buy it then, would they? Let's be honest.
Could do one of those resign
now.
With the pointing.
But I think I would wear a T-shirt that just says it's time for you to resign or something. And I just love the idea of having a jumper on, T-shirt underneath, and just taking off the jumper at the right moment during a game. You know, it just says resign now. I just like it. You know?
And if you made a mess of it, you'd have to
put the jumper back on. Yeah, so, yeah.
All right, thinking here, Erigaisi, he definitely has time to think. Is he looking for that final blow here?
Yep. He just needs to make it as safe as possible. As soon as he eliminates that black pawn, Liam will resign. So, yeah, he's doing the right thing. This is a good lesson for everyone at home, especially the younger players. Just, if you know you're winning, you know you've already done the hard work. If you have a few minutes to spare, you might as well spend them. Don't blunder, don't rush. Double check your variations. Yeah, you don't take the extra time with you to the next game anyway, so you might as well invest it now.
Yeah.
I've seen so many young players just rush. They know they're winning. They're impatient to get the result, the win, and then bang, 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 and then they realised, oh, it's gone. They blundered. They let it slip. But no, very mature from Erigaisi. I'm sure he'll just play a very safe, sensible move. I would trade the bishops off. Maybe you can, I don't know, move the white king, for example, up one square. You can do plenty right now.
We did see Liam's air quality not good. CO2 levels above 1,000. So maybe it is the air quality he's struggling with. We do now see the moves. I think there was some pre-moves.
Yeah, you're right, Kaja. Liam, he knew that the bishop would likely be captured, so he had pre-moved the black rook to take back. That's a safe pre-move because the black rook coming to the square would only have ever happened if there was a bishop trade. You've got to be really careful. Don't pre-move moves that might fail to your opponent's replies. Even if you expect a certain move, only pre-move if you're 100% guaranteed to play that move. If there's only one legal way for that move to happen. And Arjun, might be time to get that white rook into the game. I don't know where you put it. You could just go and block this black pawn. I don't really see any reason why not to.
I just really want to get rid of that black pawn. I mean, that is the one thing that white should concentrate on, right? However you can. Well, not however, don't give your queen up for it, but you know, let's just try to get rid of that pawn somehow. I like your idea of moving the king up because then the queen come over, but putting the rook to attack it, surely that's just okay, he's going for mate.
Yeah,
actually.
Also makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, the black king is still very weak and he's just aiming to kill it. So I approve.
I definitely approve as well, because it just means that one of the black rooks has to go on the defensive. And if one of the rooks is on the defensive role, then simply means that that pawn on c2 will be unsupported. And Liam, well, that was a surprising move. I didn't expect it at all. I would either ignore it or I would slide the queen across and go for checkmate.
Yeah, he's just trying to randomize it, confuse Erigaisi with this move, but it's hard to confuse an opponent who has 3 minutes left and an extra queen. Yeah, I mean, I think you can safely take this pawn, but as Jovanka mentioned, you can just slide the white queen across one square. Are there any tricks in this position that you guys see? I don't see any. Right now, I think the easiest, probably this one, just moving across one square, threatening checkmate, threatening this rook. And this is just an exchange. You don't have to worry about it too much. Any check can be met with the white king safely stepping back. And again, this is deadly.
Yep.
That's good.
Yeah, it looks a bit scary with this pawn, but black is not in time.
Yeah.
So this is maybe the easiest move, but you can also, as far as I can see, just take this pawn. Looks safe enough. Okay, or you can go for checkmate in a different way. Erigaisi threatening this way.
Okay. Yeah, and also threatening to step the queen up one square and give a check.
Also threatening to win the rook and the pawn by going left as well. You know, it's that queen is doing so many good roles. But I really like what he's doing. And you know, you pointed this out earlier, that he's taking his time, Arjun. You know, he's not rushing his moves. He's making sure he's not overlooking anything. And I think now that black has no more checks, so he's still playing on. But
still playing on.
Okay, I mean, not for long, I feel.
He's running for the hills. The black king, if it could park itself here, maybe there's some small chances. But
good luck with that.
Yeah, so you need 3 moves. And
this is a puzzle rush position, isn't it? Is there a forced checkmate now by bringing the queen and rook into play together?
Well, one thing that you should not do is that you should not check the king to safety.
Yeah.
You've got to be accurate here. And now, for instance, say if you checked along the vertical row, the horizontal row along the 7th row, then the king would run to c8, and it would be relatively safe there. So don't do that. Either introduce your rook or check along the diagonal.
Well, it seems like he's worked something out here. I mean, again, this is a little bit dangerous, because if you're not winning immediately, you've given up defence of your first rank, and black has counterplay, but he should be winning this immediately. And, well, it's a very simple way to win now, isn't it?
And now it's just rook takes rook.
Yeah, if the black king had taken the white rook, the white queen would have actually come down to the g5 square, and it would have been a check. The other black rook would drop, and likewise now, the black rook is dropping. Game over. Erigaisi takes the win.
The 19-year-old in the lead in the semi-final with a fantastic game. So here is today's Lisoveta learning point.
And the learning point does come from this game. It was a masterpiece by Erigaisi. First, opening preparation, superb preparation. He'd memorized well, he'd worked well with the computer, and when the moment came that he had a winning opportunity, he seized it. And here, many players, including myself, would be very tempted to be greedy and just grab this black rook with the white knight. Nothing wrong with that one. It would have been a good move, but Erigaisi found even better. Number one priority in chess, after all, is to go for checkmate. So he brought his bishop forward, hitting the black queen. The black queen moved, even taking a pawn with check, but the white king was happy to hide out in the corner. The white king super safe, the black king in a lot of trouble, barely with any defense around it. And here, Liam tried to put up some defense by bringing his knight forward, but as we saw in the game, after a trade here, white moving the rook across, and now keeping the queens on after his queen was attacked, this was the final touch to win the game. Keeping his queen on the board, the black queen is attacked, the black knight is attacked behind it, and the black king too open. Black had to give up his queen, and as we saw, Erigaisi, perfect technique at the end.
A teenager is in the lead in the semi-finals. This is the other semi-final match, game 2 between Vincent Keimer and Magnus Carlsen. The first game was a draw. Magnus then had the white pieces, and then this one, white pieces for Vincent Keimer. 4 minutes on the clock. They have made 23 moves. Magnus still has way over 10 minutes on the clock. So what is happening on the board, and what do you guys think will be the result in this one?
Yeah, it's surprising to see Magnus play so quickly, got to admit, but looks pretty balanced to me. The only real kind of reason to write home and celebrate here for white is that black has an isolated pawn in the center of the board, but that shouldn't be enough. It's only one weakness, and black's queen, bishop, rook, they do a great job of controlling some important squares. How about you guys? Thoughts?
I think the position is relatively equal. But I do think that Vincent has set a small trap in the position, because he lined the queen up on the same file as the black king. and he's hoping to use the bishop on f4, plant it on e5, and checkmate idea. And it's not going to be that easy to defend if you allow that bishop to that square.
This is true. I guess, I mean, I would pick white just because it feels like there's no real risk. For black, some checkmating ideas, some concern about the isolated pawn in the centre. Who would you guys pick?
Yeah, I mean, well, definitely white. This is the kind of position, and maybe this is the wrong way of thinking, but if I was playing someone lower rated than me, I'd be extremely confident in winning. Just because you can grind away for a long, long time against black's pawn in the middle, which is an isolated pawn. Magnus's last move, a very good move, stopping those ideas, but that weakness is a weakness. And computers, it's strange, computers never really, they don't rate isolated pawns as weak as humans, I think. I don't know if you've noticed that, but in assessing positions, and it's just that one pawn there. So I'd be very happy to have this position against a lower rated player, just because I'd be thinking I can play on forever. They might make a mistake. Against a higher rated player, you know, I'd expect them to defend better and maybe draw. But it's definitely white who's pushing here, right? I mean, against Magnus, I'd probably take a draw, but you know,
Just any position, just
well, if I was feeling generous, I might allow him to escape with a little draw. But still, definitely take white here, and I think Vincent should play on. You know,
what do we think about this offer of a queen exchange? It makes sense in some way. Queen holding things together.
Can black get rid of the one weakness, David, maybe Jovanka, by taking the queen and pushing that one weakness? I mean, that's the only thing that you know, might just level it immediately. Okay, Magnus hasn't done that straight away. But...
Okay, he's pushed a pawn, just gaining some space first, kicking the bishop back. Yeah, Simon, your idea in action now. Maybe this is clever. If he'd pushed his pawn on the last go, then white could perhaps consider pushing forward. At least then the bishop does a good job of blockading. But not anymore, because he pushed this bishop away first, kicking it back, and now this would just be too scary, I guess, to step forward, allowing this pawn to march. Yeah, so Vincent, he's just captured simply.
But you know, the position is maybe not so easy for white. I don't think white has an automatic draw. I mean, just because I'm comparing the bishops now.
Can I not come in?
Yeah, I was a bit surprised by Magnus's last move. Yeah.
Yeah, the one move you definitely don't want to play here as white is to try and create a pin. This pin would actually backfire because black can break the tension with tempo by throwing in a check, hitting the white king, and then the white rook would drop next move. So that's the one trick in the position. But yeah, maybe you're right, Jovanka. Maybe the white bishop is not actually a great piece right now. So maybe it's white who has to be slightly wary. I mean, I think the first move that comes to my mind would be this one. If not, then you just kind of keep this pawn safe from the gaze of the bishop. Just push it forward one square. Okay, he plays this one. It's hard to imagine either side winning. I'm guessing Magnus now will kind of put his rook on the 7th rank, stop white's rook coming in to start targeting some pawns. What do we think now? I think draw.
Yeah, it's a draw, isn't it?
I think it's a draw.
Too symmetrical. No pass pawns.
I mean, you can play on, but I mean, if no mistakes are made, it's a draw. Why should anyone be better here? I mean, it's equal, you know.
The only idea that I can see is, and it requires black to take big risks, is to slide the king, to snake the king to the 6th row, and basically the idea is just to push one of those pawns on the right side and try and trap the bishop. So I would probably start with Harry, but then again, you know, it involves risk. I mean, I don't even think it threatens white that much.
And white has some moves as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I know, it's really annoying sometimes that your opponent is given the move.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're thinking, just don't move. I would be doing great if you didn't have the move.
Yeah, I mean, I think white's rook could get around the back there and stuff to harass. But I mean, of course, this should be a draw. But I mean, they might as well play it on for a bit.
Look at the body language of Magnus. He's like, come on, dude, let's just agree a draw. Let's move on.
Yeah, next game, please.
I mean, the problem is the pieces just cancel each other out, essentially, right?
Yeah, definitely.
I think you just need to stop black's rook coming down to the 2nd rank, ideally, and it should be fine.
We're talking about teenage years, right? And I was sort of brought up in the 90s, really, I guess. And, you know, that's when I was raving away. And curtains were a major thing. Everyone had curtain haircuts. And I like the way Vincent's brought it back. Stylish. He's got the cool curtains. And
that is true.
I don't know, Magnus has got
boy band style.
Like the old boy bands of the 90s, yeah. Curtains. I never went for curtains, but Dave, did you ever try the curtains out at any point?
David,
Check this out, Simon.
Oh, you got OK. Dave's going to show us a picture now.
I actually tweeted it, but curtains.
Oh, there we go. The curtains.
It was part of the tweet.
Oh, awesome.
But, yeah, I used to rock those curtains.
Yeah.
While I still had to.
Yeah, you did.
But yeah, meanwhile, the position repeating itself. There was a flashy tactic there by Vincent. He put his piece on a vulnerable square, but there was a reason. Maybe we just quickly show this. Vincent, he's desperately trying to force the draw now, so he tried to trade off the bishops. The bishops disappear, dead draw. Magnus pinned, but he can now escape white. He dropped his bishop back. This is how to escape some pins, by defending the pinned piece. No time to capture the white bishop because the black rook would be loose. So black moves, and I'm expecting Vincent to go back where he came from.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that looks like it should be
like a draw.
Going straight to a draw, right? So
the position could repeat itself if black pins. And if the bishops disappear. Not much life left. Should be fine.
They are really coming well prepared to this match. Both of these players struggling, both of them, to sort of break through each other's walls.
Yeah, it feels like they're just testing each other out so far. Okay, he drops his bishop back this way.
I was wondering about this. I thought
it was a surprise.
I thought it was a little bit risky to change the pawn structure here.
Yeah.
As in, I mean, OK, I mean, it's playable, but you're slightly weakening your pawns after this exchange, right? That pawn, that white pawn that's just moved, it's a slight weakness. You don't give Magnus anything to bite on, you know, because he is like a dog with a bone. If he gets a little weakness, he's going to start chewing.
Yeah.
It's not a major problem. It's just like, you know, Magnus now centralising the king.
Yeah, we should mention if the black rook could come down earlier and taken white's central pawn, then the white rook would have got active, winning some pawns of his own. So no need to calculate that. Yeah, it just should be still completely fine.
Going for Jovanka's plan.
Yeah, I don't know. I suspect Magnus will do Magnus things here. And the rook comes to the 8th row. Well, here he comes. Harry. I really don't like what white did, you know, because it ruined the pawn structure and made them very weak. And, you know, Magnus thrives in positions where his pieces are harmoniously working together.
I mean, if the black king, can get in now, one more move, it gets in front of the black pawn, it can really, it can really start targeting. So white has to stop it.
Yeah, Vincent says no, so not allowed, and that door closes.
And white's rook is very active. I mean, so it's of course a draw, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely still a dead draw, but yeah, I mean, Vincent, it feels like he's the one playing the role of asking for the draw, trying to force the draw, and normally in your mind, once you start playing only for one result like that, yeah, the decisions you make, they might not be optimal. So right now, the black rook's trying to creep in via the side of the board. And as you said, Simon, it is a Magnus position. This is the type of small, risk-free advantage he likes to try and convert. I say advantage, I mean, it's just a draw, but he's the only one playing for it. It's a very one-sided position. Just black's king, black's pawns on this side of the board, all protected. White's pawns slightly separated. White's rook not connected with the rest of his army.
For instance, you know, black is actually threatening to give a check on the 3rd row, which looks harmless. But then where's the white king going to go? And, well, we see a check from Vincent. King steps back. Now the rook has to move. I'm assuming that Vincent has to strike now and he has to attack a pawn. But, again, he needs to continue the momentum because black is threatening that uncomfortable check on the 3rd row.
Yeah, Magnus, he's in hustle mode, though. He's played instantly pretty much every one of his last 5-10 moves. He's not giving Vincent any time on the clock to think. Vincent down to 1 minute. It's
a good tactic. I mean, if you look at the times, I mean, if you're in Magnus's shoes, you're like, I've got a draw. My opponent's playing quite passive. I've got a 9-minute advantage. Let's put the pressure on him. I can still play this position. You know, I am the best endgame player in history. Do you think he thinks that? Do you think he ever thinks, yeah, I am the best.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm the daddy.
Yeah.
You think he goes for his head?
Yeah, I mean, someone has to dish out the compliments. Why not?
Why not
He looks at himself in the mirror every day.
He's like, I am the best.
I'll tell you what.
It's a good tactic. It's a good way to, you know, be very confident, and confidence helps in chess.
Yeah.
And I think he's got a little nibble here.
But
I think so.
if he's going to have chances with Vincent in time trouble, what pieces will be I guess it's the pawns making it all the way over somehow?
Yeah, he needs to create a pass pawn. Okay, first he's just testing Vincent. He's saying, okay, if the rooks disappear, what do you think of that? And Vincent didn't even want to answer the question because I guess White's separated pawns on the right half of the board. Okay, Magnus getting excited now. But the white pawns on the right side of the board, they're separated, they're weak. White's king is actually far away. Black's king perfectly centralized. And we talked about one game earlier in the tournament. I did one of those Lisaveta learning points, and it was about active kings in the endgame. That was a knight endgame. It was different. But it's all about activity. Black's king is coming in. It could continue entering the center. It could go for White's pawn in the middle of the board.
Yeah.
It's not clear that that achieves much, but test Vincent, test your opponent.
That's the first move I would play.
Oh, definitely. And you can see Magnus has stepped up in his chair as well, meaning that, he's sort of smelling.
Body language.
Yeah, smelling that he can play this position. Vincent keeping very solid at the moment, and of course it's still a draw, but Black's king has really got active.
But if he gets this white pawn off the board, will it then look really nice for Magnus?
It will. The problem is, in order to go in this type of position, there are pawns on both sides of the board. In order to go really active with the black king and the black rook, you leave your own pawns defenseless. So there is a risk that even if you win some of the white pawns, you leave your own pawns to be captured. So the way Magnus would win this, he needs to win one of the white pawns, or he needs to get a situation where White's rook and White's king are both passive. White's king is not great right now. It's just defending, but White's rook is free, kind of. So with such an active rook, always checking the black king, always attacking the black pawns, it feels like it should still be a draw. Rook endgames, yeah, it's all about activity. You need normally at least a 1-pawn advantage. Sometimes you even need a 2-pawn advantage to win. And he's still a long, long way away from that, Magnus.
But the big danger that I see for Vincent is if those pawns on the right get traded off, it's all going to come down to a position where Black's king is actually so much better than White's king. And I think he will have serious winning chances then. So I'm quite concerned for Vincent. Yes, it is still a draw, but now Vincent is going to have to start playing accurately.
Yeah, and Vincent frowned as soon as that move was played. That does look a bit odd to me. It feels like Magnus was playing with his king, his rook, but yeah, I think Jovanka's right. He's trying to initiate a race, and he's just trying Magnus to get the black pawns on this left side of the board as far down the board as possible, just in case. We could imagine a situation, let's jump in, for example, here, where okay, he's going after this pawn, but if White goes after these pawns, maybe this pawn as well, then we would see Magnus just abandon them, and he could initiate the race by bringing his king in, taking this pawn, for example, taking this pawn, and here it's 2 versus 2, but Black's pawns are far, far quicker than the white pawns. White's pawns are a mile away. So Vincent instead just bringing his rook back. He's got to keep an eye on these 2 pawns. Actually, these 2 are maybe the most important to keep track of. Yeah, despite what the evaluation bar says, it still feels super tricky for White. The black king now hinting that it will come this way later, protecting its pawn, but also opening up the black rook from coming in. Predictions?
Yeah, I mean, I think it'll still be a draw. I mean, like, you can check the king here, okay, but...
Going active.
Going active, I mean, but it's a little... It's the first test for Vincent, this. He's under a bit of pressure, time, and on the board. Can he hold against, I think, yeah, the greatest endgame player of all time? Yeah. So this is where, you know, if you are brilliant in endings, you can just... It's so nice because you can get into these equal positions and you can win like 70%, well, not 70% of the time, but you can win a high percentage of them, and it gives you a lot more confidence playing equal positions out, right?
Yeah.
Should still be a draw. But
we should also mention Vincent's not out of it. I mean, he has winning chances if Magnus goes too crazy. If the white king advances, wins those 2 pawns on the right. If Magnus can't make progress on the other flank.
I mean, Black's pawns are very weak as well, and he's getting in a position to jump into them. And, you know, Magnus, as you say, could push a bit too much. Has he maybe even pushed a little bit too much already?
Yeah, the more I look at it, the more I quite like Vincent's last move. We talked about activity. Why not bring the king in? And I just have a feeling it will end up in some weird, crazy pawn race. And
I have that feeling too. And maybe Magnus is going to try to avoid this and now try to make some kind of very comfortable moves. And nope, he goes for it. You're right, David.
Rolling the dice now, Magnus. And he is hitting white's pawn in the corner. The question is, can that pawn even step forward? 2 squares, perhaps. Does white just initiate the race and start going for the black pawns immediately?
I thought white could even give a check.
White could give a check with his rook. He does that, yeah.
It's a nice move, I think, because doesn't it force black's king to go backwards? I think that's a really nice move. You want to try to make your opponent's king as passive as possible.
Yeah. That white A pawn in the corner on the left is attacked, but at the very least now white can just slide his rook the whole way across, right, and just defend. I don't see any way to actually kick that, kind of break that defensive formation. That's if Vincent needs last resort.
So far, Vincent has defended this actually really well. You know, Magnus taken some risks because he got his king very active and then he's gone for this queen side, and that's maybe where Vincent's chances will be in this match. Yeah. Magnus overpressing. Where do you put the king now? Because if you try to move the king forwards, you could lose. I guess he's calculating, can he come forwards towards the rook here? This is what he's got to calculate, because we could go into a king and pawn ending. And this is, you know, if you're at home and you want to improve your calculations, I always say, look at some king and pawn puzzles, because there's only a couple of pieces on the board, and it's a great way to build up calculation strengths. And as David's showing here, this position must be what they're basically calculating, or Magnus is calculating.
Yeah, and here you would work out, for example, what happens if black goes for this pawn, and then, for example, let's see a race. White is about to take this pawn, and then white's pawn in the centre is actually just going to push forward. For example, the king coming across, taking, the pawn stepping forward, a capture, stepping forward again, and look at this. This is perhaps what's going through the mind of Magnus right now. We queen, we hit a check, both queens on the board, and he's played it.
Gone for it. Yeah.
So, I mean, this is a long variation. This is, what, 10 moves deep? And Magnus has gambled on the fact that he can promote at the end just in time with a check. So, I mean, this is just incredible. Going through the mind of these top players, I mean, I would have been too scared, especially with only a few minutes on the clock. I think I would have stepped back somewhere. But Magnus comes in, and big question for Vincent, 15 seconds. Can he calculate this variation of the rook coming across, a trade, and then the pawn race, as we just showed there? King coming up, the black king coming across.
5.
He's got to move. He's got to decide.
3.
Well, he's
Going
gone for
the
it.
first move.
He's got to take the rook. Well, he doesn't have to take the rook. He could come all the way over. But the king and pawn ended did look like a draw, and he's going for it.
He's going for it.
And as we saw, the pieces are off the board. They'll play these next few moves so quickly. Let's go back to the players.
Wow.
I mean, it's super quick. Because
Look at that. In a second, Vincent is up to more than 1 minute on the clock. Insane pre-moving.
Yeah, insane pre-moving. And that's why the top players are so good at calculation. They look at these variations. Every move was forced for each player. So they just see, OK, I have nothing else to do. I have to push my pawn. I have to take this pawn. I have to push again. I have to promote. And they can play it instantly.
Wow.
Yeah, that was a 10-move variation they both calculated. 10 moves for each side. So kind of 20 half moves. And Vincent did it with 5 seconds on his clock.
And now the question is, who will win the pawn race?
Again, it might be another race. Queen in the endgames. I mean, this one's likely to be a draw because both sides have one pawn, but white's pawn is slightly more advanced than the black pawn. I mean, if the queens come off, again, we might see another race of white pushing, black pushing, and who knows who will be faster.
Slightly better for white.
Yeah.
Because his pawn is nearer queening than black's pawn. It's as simple as that. But black has the checks, and again, as the valuation bar is showing, it is a draw, but you might as well, you know.
You might as well play.
Well, I think he's going for the perpetual now, isn't he?
Oh, OK.
Just repeating the position.
So why didn't he move his king 1 square up instead, so that he could move? There we go.
I agree, Kaja. That was a logical move, but instead, a draw.
Yeah.
And they move on to the next game.
Wow. Vincent Keimer fighting here with the white pieces. Eventually, another draw between these two. They are tied. We will definitely see 4 rapid games in this battle between Magnus Carlsen and Vincent Keimer. Do you think, Simon, Magnus is struggling a little bit with Vincent? Vincent playing some really good chess today.
I don't know about struggling. I thought it was going to be actually a very close match. I mean, Vincent's been playing fantastic chess, and he's really hungry, and it's really hard to play a hungry young player, you know, who wants to beat you so badly. It's not pleasant. So I think it's, as proven so far, just going to be very, very close the whole match. Yeah.
And now, Jovanka, 15 minutes for Magnus to get ready for Game 3, where he, for the last time in the rapid portion today, will have the white pieces. Is that a game where he will go for the kill?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, here he will be looking to put Vincent under pressure in the opening, and I think we'll see a different opening from what we saw in the first game, and he will just be asking questions from the young German.
Yeah. All right, we have to take a look at this game, David. Very interesting stuff.
Yeah, and I just want to go through in slow motion that last phase, the flurry of moves. And both players calculated 10 moves in advance to realise it was a drawn queen endgame. But you might be looking at this position thinking, a queen endgame? How did that arise? Here, Black has just brought his king into the position. White has to be really careful. Black's pieces are so active, pawns are attacked, so White decided, OK, I have to calculate, I have to try this forcing variation. Vincent, from here, saw right until the end of the game. We saw a check, first of all. The Black king moved. We saw a rook capture and nothing else to do for White. The Black king is about to gobble up these pawns, so White has to erase and speed himself, try to create a passed pawn. He did that by moving his king forward. And as we see, both sides took pawns. Both sides started pushing their own pawns. And here, White is slightly ahead in the race, but Black queens just in time. Here we see the first queen on the board, the second queen on the board. And it is lucky for Black that he queens with check, so there's no time for the white queen to get active. And we saw here, after the pawn was captured, a few checks, and the players agreed to a draw. A really, really well-played endgame. Great calculation for both sides. That's why we always have to work on that part of our game, especially when there are a few pieces left on the board.
All right. This is Game 3 between Liam Lem and Arjun Erivaisi. The young Indian is in the lead. He won Game 2 with the white pieces. If he wins this one, Game 3, with the black pieces, he will be the winner of the semi-final match and be ready for the final. Liam Lem, he needs at least a draw, and he needs to win either this one or the next one to at least take it to tiebreak. So we are moving into this at move 14. The bar is definitely over to Liam's side. So chances for him to win it.
Definite chances. I mean, I've only just briefly scanned this opening, this position, and to me it looks really nice for White. He was a pawn down for a while, Liam. It was the Catalan opening, very topical stuff. But now he's regained his pawn, level material, and White's piece is just really active. White's pawn in the centre, nicely protected. White's queen, White's two knights. I think I would choose White here. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, I mean, it looks really nice for White. It looks like something's gone quite badly wrong for Black. Catalan, Charlie's favourite opening. Charlie the chess cat. Catalan. That was a bad joke. But it was...
dad jokes.
Oh, no, that was poor. But just positionally, you can quite easily assess this position and pawn structure and pieces. The pawn structure, White's basically got this one lump of pawns which can all defend each other, and it's much nicer when your pawns can defend each other, all on the king side. But look at Black's pawns on the queen side. White's rook is lined up against one of them, which is a real issue for the rest of the game. Very, very weak pawn. So pawn structure very nice for White, and I also like White's pieces. White's knights have great squares to jump into. We talked about bishop pairs and bishop pairs being important, but bishop pairs are not always good, and I like the knights here because they've got more central squares that they have access to, and knights in the centre beat bishops. So all in all, this opening has been a dream, I'd say, for Liam, and a very good chance at equalising the match at this moment in time. A lot of work to do, clearly, but he's got a nice, safe advantage. What more can you want from the opening?
Yeah. And I agree with you there, Simon. The only thing that I wanted to add was I think Black's position is just like super bad, because also the Black knight that he has just doesn't have a square. I mean, if you could put it somewhere else, then maybe the bishop could put itself in a fantastic square in the middle, and the pawn structure wouldn't be that bad because, you know, Black has the bishop pair and some activity. As it stands, I see nothing.
Yeah, it's in the way.
Yeah.
And maybe all Liam needs to do at some point, I'm not sure whether now is the moment to improve this rook, bring it to an open file, but this is the only piece really not playing right now. I would love to, ideally, maybe kind of stack up my 2 rooks against this weak pawn that Simon highlighted later, but it takes a while. The rook would look a bit clumsy here temporarily. But yeah, if we can just bring this piece into the game, we could even imagine a scenario where, maybe not right now, but over the next few moves, we trade off a bunch of knights, trade off a set of bishops, getting rid of black's bishop pair, and then the white knight kind of parks itself on an outpost in front of this weak, isolated pawn. And there we would see a good knight against a bad bishop scenario, which we saw yesterday, actually. Erigaisi was on the wrong side of as well. So, yeah, I mean, so many options for Liam to think about. Maybe the reason he's hesitating from bringing his knight forward is that he wants to win. It's a very important game. He needs to claw his way back in the match. So if he doesn't want to go for the exchanges, fair enough, just improve a piece. Or I'd be slightly tempted to kind of push a pawn, just give the white king some more breathing space. Lots and lots of options, but he's spending a bit of time on the clock now, 3 minutes for Liam after a great opening. And yeah, I mean, these two, they're just so close. Despite Erigaisi's win in the last round, I still think Liam isn't without his chances. Just such a classy player, just stone cold. Okay, he pushes a pawn forward, and this reiterates Jovanka's point. This black knight doesn't have any good squares, apart from maybe one in the white camp. So he just steps forward to take the square away.
And that's been cruelly snatched from him as well.
Yeah. Yeah, no more bringing your knight forward for black. And if you can't bring this knight forward, it's just a loose piece, not protected by a pawn. Yeah, looking good for white right now.
Yes, certainly looking good. And Kaja, earlier on you asked to see a teenage David with curtains. Here he is in his full glory. Well, we'll see it. Yep. We'll bring it up. Don't laugh, Simon.
Dave, you got something lined up for me.
I love this. There's like barely any pictures of me, and there's loads of Simon.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, Kaja, you kind of got away with this because Kaja said earlier, "I've got no pictures of me," which is like avoided. But come on, what's your most embarrassing moment, Kaja? Have you got one?
Oh, from my teenage years.
Yeah.
Wow.
Or funniest moment, maybe?
There's a bunch. I have. You were mentioning your mother.
Yep.
And you also sort of in that same minute mentioned a naked king, or was it a naked queen? Something was naked.
Yeah. I'm not sure where this is going, but I kind of like it. Oh, there's David.
And there we have David with curtains.
You must have been a popular man, David.
I think this is 2005, maybe?
Yeah.
A time ago.
Yeah. Looks like you
brought the curtains into the 19th century.
Reminds me of a young Hugh Grant. I'd say, bit of Hugh Grant.
21st century was what I was going to say.
Yeah, very nice.
Still have that school uniform in my wardrobe somewhere.
Really?
Somewhere. I think I saw it the other day when I was back in England.
And if you're wondering what Simon looked like, well, Jerry Graham shows us. And there we see the rook slide over. Oh, there you are, Simon.
Luckily, the picture's so small, I can't see it. So,
you also looking
very sweet. Yeah.
Thanks, Jerry.
Yeah.
Like so. Look, so innocent. Such an innocent look at my face.
I know.
And a trophy. Is it a trophy?
Yeah, and he's got a prize as well. Yeah. He's very...
Brumbrati. I won the Brumbrati chess tournament, I think.
See, that's the thing. You guys were smart kids. You can, embarrassing pictures, but at least you guys were smart.
Tell us the story.
Yeah, tell us the story.
So we had a mom and a naked king, which reminded me of maybe my most embarrassing moment from my teenage years. So you remember MSN, when you could start chatting with your friends, and then you could have the webcam up. And I was in my room on my computer on intranet, wasn't allowed to, and I was chatting with the boy. And I had the webcam on. My mom did not know what webcams was at this point. And she probably heard me chatting. So she came in her underwear, bursting in, yelling at me. And I do think that boy managed to take a screenshot. My mom in the background in her underwear.
Oh, dear.
Yes, I did hear about that for some time.
Oh, no, that's all.
Yeah.
Technology.
Sorry.
Yeah. And meanwhile, the knight has manoeuvred itself to attack the queen. Oh, look at that. There's a cheeky chappy there. Do you still have that trophy?
I have to say I started using it as an ashtray in my past, but I don't do that anymore. So, yeah, I have it in a nice slot, but, yeah. It's a lovely trophy, really heavy glass. Yeah, beautiful.
You too.
Konrati.
A handsome young man. So.
Yeah, I don't know what went wrong. C'est la vie.
Yeah.
Talking of stuff going wrong, it's gone wrong for Liam on the board.
Oh.
Wow.
He's just lost a pawn with white, and his position's still healthy enough, but it's not going in the right direction for Liam. He needs to really win this game. It's his last white. And there we go. After a trade of black's light square bishop for white's knight, the white central pawn's dropped. And yes, the black knight's walking into a pin, but you gain time against the white queen. So Liam, he's just trying to justify this by moving his queen away, but the black queen can move. The black knight can be defended at some point. Yeah, you got to be, okay, maybe a bit careful. There is a big threat in the position, after all. Maybe I'm writing off Liam too soon. Maybe this was all part of his sneaky plan. But black is a pawn up. Okay, how can we defend against this threat? This pawn wants to push forward. This knight is pinned, after all.
Okay, the most obvious one is just run away with the queen.
Yeah.
Move her to the e7 square.
Yeah, but then I guess white can capture this knight with his rook, and we would see a transition where white gets a knight and a bishop for black's rook and pawn. And both worth 6, of course, but I think I would take the knight and bishop right now. Especially white's knight looks just fantastic, holding everything together. The white bishop looks pretty good too. So, yeah, maybe this is a small... I mean, it's just incredible if he set this trap and it's working, but the evaluation bar still says it's roughly level. So how do we save this knight in the centre? Not actually easy.
Not
Yeah,
easy.
not
no.
easy at all.
I mean, if black can do that, black's going to be fine. So it is a critical moment, and Arjun's doing the right thing, having a good think here, trying to find a way out of this. But there's not an obvious way to deal with that.
I found one way,
Okay.
but it's a bit weirdy, and it might not work.
Show us. Yeah.
Okay, you push the pawn to g6.
Ooh.
And you're like, why on earth is she suggesting this move? Because after all, your pawn can go backwards. And then the whole idea is to actually attack the queen.
Yeah, counter-attack. Hit the white queen, and the white queen doesn't have too many safe squares, actually. For example, if she centralises.
And then the coup de grace was just to deliver a check with the knight and take the rook. And I go, ta-da! Did it work?
Nice idea, definitely. Yeah, I mean...
This is really clever to kind of preface this knight jump with a simple pawn push. And, OK, he hasn't played it. He's got a similar
going for
idea.
the same idea.
Yeah, the idea is you need to push this pawn to kick the white queen away in order to have access to this square. So it's like a 3-step program. But the black rook, yeah, coming forward. Same idea. Actually, maybe it's completely the same after this knight is attacked. Kick the queen away. Now defending this pawn. Yeah, if the queen goes in the other way, same thing. The knight comes in with a check. The king moves, and at the very least, you take the white rook. You give up your queen, but you get 2 rooks for the queen. Here, the white queen is not a happy piece at all. She's far inferior to the 2 black rooks.
Great idea there, Jovanka.
Wow, nice.
Really, really clever to just try to tip white's queen to a worse square. And I like the way the rooks come up as well, because the rook also has potential to switch across. And you know, I love the swinging rooks. It's one of the themes I play a lot in my games, trying to use the rooks coming sideways rather than forwards. And yeah, he seems, you know, this game could now even. I mean, could start going Arjun's way. You know, if he can tactically get out of this pin he's in.
He has this extra pawn in his pocket now. We talked about how weak it is. It's still not a great pawn, blockaded, but yeah. Being a pawn up is better than not being a pawn up. OK, the white king moving across. I have a feeling Liam missed this whole idea of pushing this pawn for black. So really well spotted by Arjun. OK, the white king has come across, cutting out any potential knight checks. The knight is not on a circuit to check this king anymore. And...
Same problem now. Yeah.
Still a threat to win this pinned knight. Still tension on this d-file.
And remember, if Arjun wins this game, he will be ready for the big final to face either Magnus Carlsen or Vincent Keimer. They are tied after 2 games, and game 3 just started. Magnus with the white pieces in that one. We will keep a close eye on that and jump into that game when this one finishes.
Yeah, and it is definitely a tense position on the board. But our quiz of the day is not tense at all. We are asking, what is your funniest teenage moment? And I have to share with you a very familiar story that We the People shares with us. And it says that their funniest teenage moment was when they were playing a game of football and their trousers fell down and their underwear was on display. Oh, that is embarrassing. Yeah. Oh, no, we've all been there. We've all done that. I have a very similar story to that, but it's, yeah.
I hope it wasn't playing chess.
No, it wasn't playing chess. Wait, what happened? Okay, so the pawn attacks the queen. I don't know whether I should be sharing this. Should I share it?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, okay.
Definitely.
Well, it was school time and we were doing the hurdles because it was summer. And at some point, I realised I really needed to go to the toilet. And the teacher goes, Jovanka, stand up. Me and four other girls stand up and run across and do the hurdles. And so I did it. I did it as quickly as I possibly could, just so that I wouldn't, like, literally wet myself in public. And I went and sat down. I was like, thank God. And then she goes, and then the teacher goes, Jovanka, stand up. And I'm like, oh my God, what's happening here? I'm like, I'm gonna burst any minute now. And she goes, you did it so well and so quickly. I'd like you to do it again. And I was like, oh my God. And so I did it again as quickly as I humanly could. And I ran and I kind of sat down and she goes, no, that was perfect technique. Do it again. Whoa. And she kept making me doing it. And I was like, oh my God, I am going to be there peeing myself in front of the whole school. I'm going red now. Just even thinking about this. And luckily I didn't. And luckily afterwards I was like, I got to stop. And I ran to the toilet. And then, but it was like one of the most embarrassing moments of my life because I genuinely thought, after I hopped over every single hurdle, that I was going to pee myself.
Well, luckily you didn't.
No, luckily I didn't. Yeah. But, yeah. I don't know why I told everyone that story. It was, like, unnecessary. And I put it in a box far away. And anyway, let's go to the chessboard.
We are your therapists, don't worry. You can tell us anything, Jovanka.
This is a safe space.
Let's just work through those issues little by little. We can get your confidence up again. You will be doing those hurdles again.
I'm never going to do those hurdles again.
Oh, so there is time yet.
You know, I could never jump over a hurdle after that.
Bad memories. All right. Well, yeah, David, you look a little surprised.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to work out what's going on because it's getting really, really complicated. Let's just update with the last couple of moves. We left the position here where we were thinking, oh, it's still tricky for black to break this central pin. The black knight is likely lost if you can't find a way to do that. So the black rook stepped across, very sensible. Now, if the white pawn marches forward, attacking the black knight can just happily leap out the way. This pin is broken. Also, there's a problem with the white rook being attacked. So white couldn't allow the black knight to move. Instead, he retreated with his queen, and this is the move I was trying to work out. The black knight jumping out the way now. There was an attack on the black rook, but black's knight has blocked that. And now the black knight cannot be captured because there's an attack on the white queen. If the white queen goes and captures this knight, the white rook falls behind, and actually this is a back rank checkmate. So there's already checkmating ideas in the air, but Liam very calmly, instead of capturing this knight, his queen is attacked, he just retreated her. Oh, so sharp right now. Yeah. And, I mean, there are ideas like taking this pawn with a check at some point, but you have to be a bit careful because here your knight is attacked, your rook is attacked. It's still very tempting, though, for black to try this. I guess at the very least you can jump back to the centre. Maybe that's possible, but Arjun first trades a set of rooks and only then jumps back into the centre of the board, attacking the white queen, and when she moves, the black queen will want to run. She'll want to run out the way of this nasty pin. It's been there for so long now.
It seems tactically he's managed to just find a brilliant way of, Arjun, of getting out of all these really difficult problems he was in.
Are the problems still there? Because black has been plagued by the fact that there's been this pin against his knight. But the queen can just hop into the centre and say, threat reinstated.
I think he wants to make use of the fact that the white king is a bit vulnerable on the back rank. For example, he can move his queen out the way now. And this idea that we showed earlier of rook takes knight, bishop takes rook, queen takes. White is doing very well materially. Knight and bishop very strong, better than black's rook. But unfortunately, at the very end, the queen can jump in, and this will lead to checkmate. The white king is trapped, no escape squares. So, yeah, you're right, Jovanka. It's hanging by a thread, actually, still. But he's just worked it all out, Arjun. And, OK, because that didn't quite work out for white, the white queen instead not going to the centre, going to the edge of the board, attacking this isolated pawn. Still a threat as well, of stepping your pawn forward. But Arjun tries this same idea that we just showed, and I guess he wants to meet a capture of this pawn just by going active with the black queen. Suddenly the white queen is far away from the defence of her king, and yeah, this rook en prise. I mean, even if the evaluation bar says it's level, really, really clever play by both sides, actually, but especially from Arjun over the last few turns, I've got to say. To still be a pawn up and having survived the last 5-6 moves, impressive. Impressive stuff. I'm pretty sure I would have slipped up or blundered somewhere on that journey. Black is a pawn up, and Liam, pressure still on him on the scoreboard, but also in this position.
Yeah. All right, he needs at least a draw, Liam, to take this to a game for Arjun. Both of them, 5 minutes left on the clock. We are in move 27. Do we know anything about who Liam is working with? So we talked about Arjun working with Caruana's former coach. Liam, does he have a coach, or is he only working with his students at the Webster University?
I think it's mainly his students at the Webster University, although he's kind of like the chief organizer. He sets the program and organizes the classes. But I have to say, these students, they're very strong.
Yeah?
Yeah, incredibly strong grandmasters.
And he's the chess coach. So are these students in that college just for chess?
Yeah, I think they're on a scholarship just for chess, but I think they can major in other subjects. The way the university system in the US is not that you just study chess, you study other subjects too.
I think they all have a major in another subject. I don't think chess is the course itself, but they do get grants to go and travel to play tournaments. They get to train, and they get time.
So they're in like a sports team, the chess sports team?
As far as I know.
Okay.
At least I know some students, and they're all studying different things, some business, some maths, some computer science, but obviously they get a lot of time and a lot of kind of support to play chess. And I think is it Webster University?
Yeah.
Yeah, and they've been very, very successful, especially under Susan Polgar, the previous kind of his predecessor, Liam.
Yeah.
Any of them sort of making it to the top hundreds in the world?
I mean, there's a lot of grandmasters, that's all I know. There's a lot of 2,600 players, which is kind of top 200 at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure exactly who's still in the program, who's graduated, but there were some big names. Even Ray Robson, I think, was there, and Lazaro Bruzon, a Cuban grandmaster, a few others. Wesley So briefly attended a few years back before deciding that chess was his life.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do remember one story that I was told, but not by Liam Le, but by another chess teacher. And he said that they had access to the chess supercomputers.
Oh.
And so they would pay good money and the good subscriptions to make sure that the students could analyse these positions to high depth. And he came into the office one morning and he saw that basically the super engine had been running on the first move. That they'd put it on D4, and he was like, no, they're just having fun with me. Completely. We just spent all this money and they're just wasting time on that.
Yeah. All right, we do have a couple moves in this game. What do you think right now, David? Will this be a draw, or will we see a winner?
I have a feeling it might be a draw. Things are getting exchanged. Oh, this is playing with fire. So the white rook was actually really loose. The white knight couldn't move. The white knight was tied down defending this rook. The rook's jumped up, but look at the weak back rank for white. The white king is vulnerable. You can give a check with the black queen right now. I guess that will be blocked by the white knight, but it's hanging by a thread. You could also just trade off the knights here with black. You can actually slightly ruin the white pawn structure. If the knights disappear, the queens, rooks and bishops just balance each other out. It's also what we call opposite colour bishops, the white light square bishop, the black dark square bishop. They'll kind of, just bypass each other. And evaluation bar says slightly for black. Maybe there's something here for black to create an imbalance.
Okay.
How about you guys' predictions?
It just feels like Erigaisi has the upper hand. Whether it's enough to win, unlikely, I think. Yeah. But gosh, he's going to have fun trying. I mean, the big question is, as you say, whether he's going to go knight takes knight or give a check with the queen. Many pleasant options. I think I would go knight takes knight and ruin the white pawn structure. No. Somewhat.
I quite like this check as well. I mean, again, evaluating the position, we've all said it's the pawn structure and the pieces, and there's not much going on with the pawn structure, so you've got to look at your pieces. And if we give the check, it forces White's knight to go very passive, and it suddenly seems that, hang on a minute, you know, White's position, there's something a little bit off about it. The king is on a funny square, White's king, the knight is on a funny square, and maybe you can now increase the pressure, maybe by moving a pawn forwards, trying to introduce that, or trying to get the rook in the game. And it just seems like this is a little bit uncomfortable for White, because White's tied down here, and I think there's a quite serious danger that White could, you know, get in trouble in a middle game position like this, because he's got to unravel his pieces, and Black can improve the positioning of his pieces bit by bit. So I don't know. It just looks a little bit uncomfortable for White, actually, especially the way the game was earlier on, where Liam had a very nice advantage. It's horrible suddenly defending a position.
Yeah, I completely agree, Simon. I think objectively, this is probably the move he would play if he wanted to win. Erigaici, if he felt that he could take some risks, and I mean, I don't think there's that much risk involved, but if he wanted to keep the tension at least. But a draw for Erigaici as Black would be a very good result in the match circumstances, a point up. So taking the knights off the board would make sense. White has to take back with the pawn. If you take with the rook, whoops, this is checkmate. So White has to take with the pawn, and yeah, I mean, there's minimal risk here. Yes, White has a strong A-pawn potentially later in the endgame, but that's not a factor right now. And these are weaknesses. The White king still slightly vulnerable. So I can understand both options, essentially.
Yeah.
I think I would be inclined to say the same as you. I want to make this one work first, but I can understand the temptation of just simplifying and trying to take all the risk out, getting pieces off the board. OK, he goes for that one. I just had a feeling the longer he thought, the more... it's very human to want to kind of simplify your task.
I think also a good move, you know, just going for this, because you always had the better pawn structure. We're talking about the pawn structure. The other one was more piece-orientated. This one's more pawn structure. And with the match situation, opposite coloured bishops, as you mentioned, the draws, absolutely fine result, especially as he's a demon with the white pieces, yeah? I mean, he can destroy anyone in the world with white, and he's probably very confident with white pieces. He picked it yesterday in the first game of the tiebreaker, so, you know, he's just got to make sure, you know, that he doesn't try to draw this game a bit too much. And Liam's in trouble in this match now, I think, because if he doesn't win this game, which shouldn't be a win, he's got to do something with the black pieces in the next game, which is going to be... Anyone would struggle against Arjun, anyone in the world with black.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. And meanwhile, White's one saving grace, White's one hope relies on this A-pawn. Do you push it now? That's the question. I guess if you can start motoring that white A-pawn up the board, it does promote on a light square, the same square that the white bishop covers in the corner. It takes a long, long time.
Got to be careful. Black's got this idea of moving the rook behind the queen and then coming in for checkmate. Yeah. You know, with opposite coloured bishops, the attacking chances are sometimes the most important thing in the position, because they can sort of move around, you know, and create problems on obviously the opposite colours. So is it, that plan's a bit scary,
that's
right?
That's quite scary. He's even threatening to do it now, or kind of like the rook is going to go to the B line now, and then the queen check is deadly.
Yeah. Black's rook is doing nothing there. We see the evaluation bar. I mean, I can't blame Liam for pushing that pawn. It looked natural, and probably in his mind he still wants to win this game, but OK, a check first. That black rook's coming.
But now look, oh, he's using the pawn. OK, interesting.
Yeah.
I thought he'd swing the rook in to try to go for checkmate.
Me too.
But whose pawn is more dangerous here? This is what it could come down to, right?
Yeah, perhaps Black's pawn's just a bit quicker because it will gain time by hitting the white rook. This black pawn, we highlighted it earlier as the biggest weakness in Black's camp, and now it's become the biggest strength. Yeah. Yeah, how do you even stop this pawn advancing? The black queen and this black c-pawn together form pretty scary duo. OK, white, Liam, I think he's just stopped calculation right now. He's just hoping that he's ahead in this race, but...
Look at the bar.
Yeah, it looks like Black's moves are just simple.
Look at that move as well. There's a move...
Whoa.
There's a move here which we haven't considered yet. Yeah. And time to start chasing Kingy Boy on f2.
Yeah, the computer wants to chase the king, as Simon mentions. Does he find it? Okay, he plays the most human move, just pushing this pawn, attacking the rook. He could have brought his bishop in. And there's a deadly check here. And actually, I think at the very least, you will win this pawn. Because, for example, if white keeps the king safe, you give a check, and then you just pick this pawn off the board, and all risk is removed. Black is just a pawn up for free. Instead, however, yeah, this is difficult visually, right? I don't know, it just feels odd to block your own pawn, and therefore he just gains a bit of time instead, hitting the rook. But how does white save this piece? If you move the rook, it looks pretty scary. The pawn is marching. Still actually the same idea, right? You could maybe come in as well with the bishop. But it looks really bad for white, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. It's very scary. And he needs to get at least a draw from this to keep, Liam, the white pieces to keep the match going. By the way, I am loving your tweets as they're coming in. You guys are like really, you're really brave to tell us your most embarrassing moments, and a lot of them seem to be doing with the opposite sex. I've noticed it's like I asked this get out, didn't work, got slapped in the face. It's like
one.
poor guy.
Yeah.
I know. Feel sorry for you there.
That was just an extreme reaction.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, very harsh.
Very.
So.
Yeah, thank you. And if you want to enter our competition, remember the prize is a signed Air Things View Plus. You have to answer, what is your funniest teenage moment? Send your answers using the hashtag #ChessTamps.
Yeah. It is funny reading your stories. And we do have a teenager in this game. He is very likely now to be heading straight to the final in the Julius Baer Generation Cup. Will he win this game now?
It's quite likely, although, okay, surprisingly, I thought black had a few strong moves here, to be honest. But the computer says, or at least we see the Stockfish suggestions in front of us, only one move wins. And that is the move we highlighted a moment ago, to bring the black dark squared bishop in. Firstly, going for the white king on the dark squares, just kind of sneaking behind white's pawns, behind his king, but also to attack white's remaining pawn on the queen side. So the fact that he's paused makes me think he might find it. He has.
Wow.
Because if you don't pause, if you just push the black pawn, very natural, looks good, but if
very
you pause,
impressive though, Dave. I mean, and find that move. I just, because it's not natural to put the bishop in front of the pawn you've been pushing. Yeah. You have to sort of think outside the box to find that move. And he really, this game has impressed me the most because of his disgusting position he had. It's really easy to play games when you've got a great position, right? Yeah. It's simple. You just keep attacking and bang, bang, thank you very much. But when you've got a horrible position out of the opening, it's a lot tougher. And he's used tactics to survive that. And now he's just playing great chess. Really impressive.
And the bishop has moved to give the king some breathing space. And, one thing that is going to become clear in the next few moves is that neither side have too much time. You can see Arjun has just over 40 seconds left on the clock. And now it looks like it's all falling apart. You just got queen takes pawn. And this queen and bishop combo looks deadly. But is it enough?
It looks deadly, but the evaluation part is so confusing. It looks like he's played perfectly. It looks like black is still winning on the board, but the bar says no.
Maybe this white queen can actually take a role in the defense.
Yeah, so let's jump in to see what's just happened. In this position, black gave a check with his bishop, very natural. Maybe not the only move, but he gave a check. And here it looked natural to take this pawn, as Jovanka said. The black queen is sneaking in to check the white king, but you can just ignore this, perhaps, and you can defend with your queen. You can defend on this diagonal, stopping the black queen sneaking in, and suddenly it's white's pawn you have to be careful of. I mean, this would have been a huge turn up for the books, but instead he's banking everything now, Erigaisi, on this pawn, and this pawn could be stopped. Again, at this site, wow, he's pushing it the whole way forward, but this pawn can just be captured, no? The white queen can come back. What am I missing? Suddenly, this pawn will disappear.
Ooh, the bar is shifting sides here now.
Well, maybe it's just a bailout move, because this A pawn, its potential was just too great.
Yeah, this pawn, okay, the queen has come back. He just wants to eliminate this pawn with his bishop, perhaps. And yes, his own pawn will fall, but a position like this, just a draw. Pawns on the same side of the board, no passed pawns, opposite colour bishops. Okay, he does it the other way. A bit flashy there. He moves his queen across, threatening to make a second queen of his own. But this pawn will simply be captured. And we'll see both pawns disappear. And yeah, if play transfers to just one side of the board, not much to do, unfortunately. White's king, which was heavily under fire, which probably shouldn't have survived, is pretty safe. And the black king clearly safe as well.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's doing it this way because the black queen is defending the h-pawn. Maybe this is his idea. He didn't want to lose that pawn, even though it should still be a draw. And now you can go into an ending. And of course, this is definitely a way just to grab the draw now. I think the way that black's decided to play this, because all the pawns on one side of the board makes it more drawish. Opposite colored bishops makes it more drawish. So yeah. Well, drawish, basically.
Hit the nail on the head, Simon. It's a draw. 30 seconds left for Erigaisi, just under a minute for Liam. But I don't think this position will imbalance itself too much. If there were knights, maybe you could start an attack. The problem is you just can't attack if it's only bishops.
Huh.
Yeah, black's rook is passive, but it's a good defensive piece for now. Yeah, I would be shocked if this isn't a draw. And
Will Erigaisi be disappointed? It looked like he had it in his pocket.
yeah, I think he'll be in two minds. It's like a draw with black is good because he's going to maintain his 1 point lead going into the final game with white. But missed opportunity. Yeah, it's always tough, right? If he wins the match, he'll look back and he'll be like, oh, I still played well in this game. But if he doesn't win the match now, then he'll look back and think, oof, let it slip.
Yeah.
And queen's off the board.
They decided to go for the simplest way to draw now. More pawns are going to get exchanged, and probably, okay, he doesn't obviously do that now that I've said it. Thank you.
I'm surprised. Okay, I was going to say I'm surprised Liam didn't force the trade of pawns, but now the rooks are off the board.
Black's pawn up.
Yeah.
Did you see the shake of the head from Erigaisi? He looked slightly annoyed.
Oh, with
This
the
is the-
emotion.
Yeah, he looked annoyed.
This is the
Iceman showing
first
emotion.
time, right? First time the Iceman has broken.
But the position is just a draw, though.
Yeah, but the Iceman's broken.
So, yeah, black has 1 pawn more, but in this endgame, it's completely irrelevant because light squared bishop against dark squared bishop, opposite colours. White will blockade on the light squares, and you can't break through on that colour complex. No passed pawns to speak of. They can't sneak past the white pawns.
He's going to try.
He'll try.
Yeah.
Dead draw, but he'll try. And
I don't think he'll try that hard.
it's just out of frustration. That shake of the head clearly shows that he knows he was winning.
Yeah.
It's a draw any moment. And again, Erigaisi, he needs to... I mean, he's played really well this game, but the whole of today. He's still a big favourite.
Well, he's got to remember he was losing out the opening in this game. I mean, you know, don't depress yourself too much. You played very well. You might have missed a chance, but there's one game to go. You're leading the match.
Yeah.
Get the ice face back. Come on.
We will see a game 4 in this one. This one is a draw. Erigaisi still in the lead by 1 point in 15 minutes. Game 4, Liam will have the black pieces, and he has to win that game. He will just, no other result is possible for him. With a win or a draw, Erigaisi will be ready for the final. With a win for Liam, then blitz, tie breaks. He had chances to decide it in this game already. What happened, David?
He had chances to decide it and win the match, Arjun Erigaisi, but the winning move was very, very difficult, and he didn't have too much time on the clock. So I think we can forgive him, and he should forgive himself. He played a great game. Here, he found a very nice move, actually the only winning move, the black bishop. Sitting pretty, but needs to join the attack. He brought it in, threatening a really nasty queen check from behind, and after Liam moved his bishop, providing an escape square for the white king. The winning move is incredibly difficult. The black bishop had to just move 1 square. Instead, he gave a check, and the white king ran away to safety. But if he had moved 1 square, this pawn is doomed. If this pawn falls, for example, if white moves the queen, then there will be a type of checkmating attack. This white king is not long for this world. But if the pawn is defended, meanwhile, with the white queen, say, then the black pawn is just marching through. At the very least, you can give a check now with the black queen, and you can remove white's strong pawn for free. A missed opportunity, this bishop move, but very difficult one to spot. Bishop to d2, not easy for a human.
Game 4 in 13 minutes or so. This is game 3 with Magnus Carlsen and Vincent Keimer tied after 2 games. The bar has barely moved in their match so far, but now it is awake. It is saying that Magnus has some good chances in this game. Do you agree, David?
1 pawn up, I guess. White's central pawn, the isolated pawn in the middle, is potentially quite strong, and that's why the evaluation bar gives him over 1 point advantage. Yeah, it looks good. Opposite colour bishops again, just like the last game, so there's always going to be drawing chances, but Magnus has imbalanced that by taking off Black's dark square bishop, trying to swap the queens. He wants to get into an endgame. His extra pawn will tell. Also, bishops are better than knights when there's pawns on both sides of the board, usually. So if the queens disappear, which they might well do, it's hard for Vincent to actually keep the queens on the board. Then, yeah, it's looking good for White.
Yeah, I mean, if the queens come off, I'd be very tempted to resign here. Keep the queens on, it's your only hope. I mean, but you can't. I mean, you have to move the queen all the way back. I mean, the reason I don't want to swap the queens, you're just a pawn down in the ending, and it's just grim. It's a grim ending. So generally, just to give yourself some chances, you need to keep them on. But I don't like the other options either. So this is a great chance for Magnus to take a lead in the match. Safe pawn up.
Yeah, and I was looking at the opening. It looked like Vincent was doing quite well earlier. Something must have slipped. Maybe Magnus castling queenside confused him. Maybe that's one area of Vincent's game that, I mean, his opening repertoire, we don't often see castling on opposite flanks, and maybe that just threw him off balance slightly. White's king is pretty safe on this queenside. And yeah, like you guys say, maybe we can show this. It's just hard to keep queens on the board. If you could make 2 moves for Black, if you could run away from this tension between the queens, say, okay, he defends his queen. If you could move away and then have an extra move to move your knight, some fighting chances. But the problem is, in this position, you have to stay defending your knight. If you give a check, hitting the white king, then firstly the king can move, but also White can insist on a queen exchange by stepping back and retreating. So you can't really dodge it unless, like Simon says, you step the whole way back. And he just defends his queen, and Magnus increases the intensity of the pressure. Again, the knight is hit. If the knight moves, what do you think now? Probably now we trade... Okay, it has moved. Now we trade the queens? Yep. And I guess, again, isolated pawn could be weak, could be strong, but you do have time to push it forward. And if the knight moves, then maybe you can bring your rook to the 7th rank and start hitting some pawns. It's not over, but looking pretty grim for Black. And also I was looking for some tactics here. If Black tries to create a pin, maybe White can get away with taking this knight, I'm not sure. But at the very least, Black isn't even threatening to take this pawn because Black's king on the back rank is vulnerable. There will be some checkmates. Yeah, take the queen off.
Take the queen off. I like the formula you've got up there for White on the board. Looks very convincing.
Keep it simple. If you're if you got a nice advantage, take the simplest route is a good thing to always do. You don't need to complicate it if you're safely better. So taking the queen off does seem correct, and yeah, of course he's just done that, and he can now get his rook to the 7th rank, and that idea you showed, David, just looked very good, right? Yeah. Push the knight away. Yeah. The knight is doing a good job of defending at the moment, but as soon as you move that knight away, you get access to move your rook down into the position. So it looks...
Yeah, it looks very good. I mean, although maybe my last move wasn't so accurate because suddenly I was just noticing there's knight takes pawn, hitting this rook, and I was going to say, oh, White wins a pawn. But whoops, knights are such tricky beasts. Yeah. And this is a check, hitting the rook as well. The knight's captured, but then the White rook drops anyway to the Black rook. So, I mean, this variation, but just didn't quite work here, but some kind of spin on this variation for White. I wouldn't be surprised if Magnus steps forward, and after the knight moves, it feels like it's just so loose for Black. This knight, this rook. I don't see a winning move yet, but...
I mean, maybe you can try moving the rook all the way up behind the pawn. I don't know how this... OK, he's gone for the other line. Now, can you take the knight now, David?
You can't. I was looking at that one whilst you were analysing.
There's a pin on the d-file.
Yeah.
If we break the pin, take the knight, we see a trade of rooks. Black actually wins material.
And this is the key point. So the White king steps forward, and the only move, I think, to save the game, or maybe there's 2 moves, is to move the rook to the 6th or the 5th row.
So, for example, if the pawn steps forward now, you're just in time to stop it. Yep. It's important it's a check, otherwise the pawn promotes. Next move, once the White king moves, you take this one. And yeah, as you point out, Jovanka, also, if you take this pawn, you slide behind. Maybe you could give a check first, I'm not sure, but you slide behind and stop it. It's still pretty complicated after White defends with the bishop.
I mean, I was just looking at it, I was like, oh, I don't know what's happening here. It might even be winning for White.
Yeah, it might well be. But maybe Magnus won't want to bother calculating this. in the current position, what else could he try other than being flashy and taking the knight?
Well, he still has a spare move, doesn't he, Simon? Yeah, because obviously black can't go rook takes pawn because of back rank mating ideas. So you've got one spare move. So maybe it's time to actually...
This is a simple way of doing it. I mean, I was wondering if he could get his bishop
Me too.
around, like, to defend the pawn as well, which did seem quite sensible. But this one, you know, if you can save this pawn, you're probably going to be winning in the long run, the pawn in the middle of the board. So can you save that pawn now if the knight attacks it, for example? I mean, I'm assuming he can, otherwise he would have not played this, but how?
Yeah, how? I mean, does he just want to bring his rook into the 7th rank like we showed? But again, there's tactics, right? Knight takes pawn and hitting this rook. If the rook moves, again, discovered check, hitting the king. Next move, the white rook drops off. I don't know, tactics seem to be just holding together for black just about.
Okay.
I'm surprised Magnus played this rook move so quickly. Like you said, maybe just push this pawn forward and come back and defend. That looked very natural.
Made a lot more sense because you can't take that pawn because of the back rank, and your bishop is a much better defender of the central pawn compared to a rook. And it's just looking at your worst pieces, and the bishop moving it to a better square.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
In the current position, if the black knight drops in, what could Magnus's idea be?
So at first I thought it was something like a3, attack the knight, and try to force knight takes pawn, but that doesn't even work. Oh.
Yeah, there's a big threat again. The black knight's threatening to jump out the way with a check. For example, if you move your rook across, it looks like you've created this type of eternal pin, but black's knight jumps out with a check. Again, it's always this check.
I've fallen for that like 3 times.
Yeah, you're not the only one. Yeah, I'll keep you.
And yeah, in the current position, okay, Magnus reacted instantly. The knight did jump forward, and now he's attacked this piece.
So he's going for that eternal pin because now the tactic doesn't work. So this is his idea. So you can't play the knight check now. At least we can never fall for that tactic again, right? Which is good.
Luckily, the pawn defends the rook in the centre.
Yeah.
So it doesn't work. Yeah, maybe this is clever.
This is either really clever or
unnecessary.
Yeah, yeah. and as Magnus has done it, I'm going to go for really clever because he just needs to attack the knight with the bishop, and it's game over. Because can you get out of the pin? I can't see how you can. Maybe
you can defend your rook at the front, but yeah, you drop back with the bishop. We might well see this on the board. This is a nasty pin along the diagonal. The knight is actually safe to move now because the black king defends this rook, but after a bunch of exchanges, and we would see the white bishop swoop and capture a pawn. And it looks like there's not much material left on the board, but remember, the bishop better than the knight with pawns on both flanks, and white has won a pawn in the process. So 2 versus 1 advantage will eventually decide the game. I mean, okay, actually, Vincent's going for this.
Do you think Magnus is going for this as well?
I think Magnus would love this. The question for me is, in this position, this is the current position, if Magnus steps forward, as we're predicting, moving the king, the question is, can black just bolster this knight and defend it with his king? It looks really shaky. The king is out in the open, but I don't know, it just feels so wrong. The knight is so loose, attacked by 3 white pieces, defended 3 times, but somehow all you need is to break through on this diagonal. White could give a check, for example, forcing the king to a really bad square, but still no breakthrough. Maybe you could win a pawn just by attacking it one last time, and then eventually when the knight moves, this pawn will drop. It does look very good for white, but Magnus is just spending a bit of time calculating. He looks a bit tense, Magnus. He looks like he knows this is a critical moment in the current position. He needs to somehow profit from this knight being there. If black gets 1 or 2 more moves, it will be a draw.
That looks so gutsy, though, to kind of get the king right there in the middle of the board. I'm not sure I would dare to do that. Somehow you feel that you could potentially get checkmated. But if it works, it works.
And I guess he's forced now, right? I mean, he's in this horrible pin anyway, so he's probably got to go for that line. And time situation, is this going to be a big factor?
Yeah,
Vincent?
Definitely. He's under a minute.
He's under a minute, and he's, yeah. What do you? I mean, it looks like the 2 choices are, if Magnus does go for this line, he's either going to have a pawn up ending, or, you know, as black, you're going to be a pawn down against Magnus in an ending, which you're probably going to lose, or you go a bit crazy with your king, cross your fingers, and hope to survive.
I did like that tweet from Nancy, by the way. She said her most funniest teenage story.
Censored.
Censored. Simon approved.
I got many of them, yeah. Might have shared a picture of you guys earlier.
I did like that one.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nancy, and thank you everyone for sharing your stories with us. And if you want to enter our competition, then remember to tweet us using the hashtag #ChessChamps.
And Magnus calculating, it's a bit odd. So he spent half of his time now on this one move. He's ticking down to around 2 minutes. But it's a bit strange to spend it now when he had options earlier. He kind of went into this variation and only now he's kind of stopped to calculate.
Seems frustrated.
Yeah, maybe this variation we showed, maybe he's found a flaw in the plan.
Yeah.
But I don't see it. It looks very forced, right? White's pawn stepping forward, White's bishop going to attack this black knight. It's all about the black knight. Put pressure on it.
I mean, the bishop can maybe come the other way, but it looks a little bit... Maybe he's wondering if that makes any difference. Yeah. You know, doing a Bobby Fischer, trying to grab the pawn on the side of the board. you could consider that.
Why is that a Bobby Fischer?
Bobby Fischer famously grabbed a pawn on the side of the board. David showing how that bishop can take pawn in his World Championship match against Spassky.
Game 2?
Yes. Was it? Game one. Yeah.
He defaulted game 2.
Yes. And he lost the game because he grabbed that pawn.
Biggest blunder in history or something like that, I think I heard.
Yeah.
And then the bishop just got trapped behind enemy lines.
Yeah.
And it was lost. But Magnus, he's gone a different way. Very odd. It feels like he's maybe trying to be a bit too clever. In this position, instead of going forward like we thought and maybe back to attack the knight, or instead of pushing this pawn and then coming this way to attack the knight, he's going a third angle that we didn't predict. Bring his bishop back this way. So the idea, I guess, is after the king moves, he wants to use this square. And there we go, he's played it, putting extra pressure on this knight. If the knight moves, then we will see an exchange of all the rooks. They will all disappear, and at the very end, White wins a pawn again.
But on this side instead.
On this side instead. And maybe actually here, Black could... Black can't move his knight into this.
And 10 seconds for Keimer.
Yeah, 10 seconds. He's got to move his knight. You can't walk into the pin, surely, with your king. He jumps in. Wait, is this possible? Oh, maybe... I mean, maybe it is possible. He's going to meet this check with a... Is he going to meet it with a block?
Wow.
Wow, it looks like... I mean, all the rooks are staring at each other now, but I think he can get away with it. Yeah. All of these rooks staring down. The trick is that this is checkmate. White's king suddenly trapped.
Magnus missed this, David. You can tell by his face that Magnus missed this very clever move by Vincent.
Yeah. But is this so safe?
So in the current position after the knight jump, we see a trade. And if the rook moves across...
Then the rook will have to go down and give a check.
Yeah, and this is the only way to save the knight. Maybe Magnus forgot that in this position that this pin isn't winning. That would be a very hard thing to spot in advance when Magnus went for this, because Black can check and get out.
Would you say this check, though, David, that you have on the analysis board now? I mean, this is better for White still this ending.
Better for White, yeah.
As again, famous Bobby Fischer ending.
We see it.
Which is similar to this, and we do have this now where the bishop, the reason White is a bit better here, again, the bishop is a long-range piece. It can work on both sides of the board, and there's pawns on both sides of the board. The knight is a short-range piece, can only cover one area of the board, but it's a long way from winning now. Yeah. But it is a bit better for White. I mean, this will be really interesting to see if Magnus can grind this one out. Yeah. What do you reckon? Is he going to grind this one?
I believe in Vincent's defensive skills.
Oh, going to draw. OK. What do you reckon, Jovanka? Grinding? Going to grind it?
He's going to grind it.
OK.
I have faith in the grind master, world champion.
Yeah. And they're both now under a minute, so it's... I'm going to... I don't know. I will say...
Don't sit on the fence, Simon.
OK, I'm going to say he's going to grind it.
OK.
I'm gonna go for it. I'm going to say he's going to win this one.
He just looks too frustrated to kind of refocus on the grind.
Yeah.
And he did have big opportunities. I mean, he could have gone a pawn up probably with very simple moves like we showed. I think he just missed something here. He thought he was winning a whole piece. And unfortunately, Vincent... It was a miracle, actually. All those tactics were working in Black's favour, so he survived. But Vincent found them.
But that's what you have to do. I mean, we mentioned Vincent is a really, mainly positional player. But it doesn't mean positional players can't do tactics, because the way he's survived this game is by tactics, you know, spotting all these little tactics. So it's a myth to think positional players can't do tactics. Yeah. You have to be good at everything.
But is Magnus now going for that Bobby Fischer pawn?
Oh, I'm tempted. You've got to be careful. Your bishop might get trapped if you take it. I think it would be too brave.
Yeah.
I mean, it's either genius or it's madness if he takes that pawn. If the white bishop goes and takes that pawn, the pawn next to it will step forward 1 square and cage that bishop behind enemy lines, and I don't think it will survive long.
Well, Jen, if Magnus does that move, just think Bobby Fischer.
I think we'll all think Bobby Fischer.
Yeah.
It's, I don't know why that pawn is associated with him nowadays. I think it's just top grandmasters never even consider taking that pawn because we know we'll get trapped.
By the way, the more I'm looking at this, the more I'm just thinking it's just a draw, because Black's king is just too strong. Black's king is more advanced than White's king, and it can control the centre of the board. The only way White can win this really is by getting his king into his opponent's position, which I don't think will happen.
Are you losing the faith, Simon?
I'm losing the grind. I'm losing it. I don't trust Magnus's grinding ability in this position. Dare I say it? I'm going to be so wrong, aren't I? As soon as I say that, we see
Never switch sides.
Yeah.
Trust your instincts.
Look at that. You know, Magnus' king is creeping up.
I'm back to thinking now he's going to win it. Now the king's got that far. I'm so fickle, you know, but I'm covering all angles now. So, yeah.
The problem is as well for Vincent, this is the perfect square for White's king. White's king will cover the dark squares. White's bishop will cover the light squares, and the knight might get dominated. Okay, it goes back. He's going to try and check the white king away from the centre, but White's king is going to do a shimmy. It's going to pretend it's going one way, then it's going to run the other way. Yeah, it's...
Here it comes.
I'm starting to change my mind as well.
Oh, no, you can't change your mind.
OK, the black knight trying to create this fortress on the left half of the board. The black knight and pawns stopping the white king from moving further.
I don't know the way he's defending this, right? I mean, he's a passive defence, and he has to keep his knight and king on those squares, because otherwise the white king will come forwards, and I just don't like this defence.
But look at this smart play from Magnus. You know, his king is doing some great footwork, and the bishop now is attacking the pawn. It does feel like the black knight doesn't have too many squares to go to.
Yeah, and Vincent right now has to calculate what happens if the black knight comes into the centre of the board and gives White a check, because any time there's a chance for White to take the knight off for his bishop, you've got to calculate. King and pawn endgames are the hardest ones to calculate in chess. Vincent, I think he's spending his remaining time on that, but Magnus might even just say no, and Vincent will have lost 30, 40 seconds on the clock working it out. And this looks so bad now for Black, because the white king has a path in towards the right side of the board.
Oh, and look at that knight. Yeah. It's in the proverbial stable.
It is indeed. And the white king can come.
The white king is going to come in then. Yeah.
Magnus make it look easy, actually. He's not even, you know.
That being said, he's still solid-ish, Vincent. He's only got one weakness at the moment. The black king is super passive, not ideal, but he's kind of blocking off the white king.
So far holding.
Just
holding at the moment, but...
Magnus will want to try and tip black off balance. He's pushing some pawns. Not sure what his next plan is, but black's knight, it was running out of squares, but this is one of the only safe ones. Black's king is stuck, it's frozen defending pawns. And Magnus happy to trade off. Okay, I'm slightly surprised by this one, to be honest. I'm surprised he rushed it, first of all.
Yeah.
There was no rush.
No.
Okay, he takes the pawn. Now, actually, if White's two remaining pawns on the queen side, on the left half of the board, disappear, even at the cost of Black's knight, it should be a draw, as long as Black's king gets into the corner, because White's H-pawn and the White bishop don't team up. It's what we call opposite colour bishop and rook's pawn.
The only way I can see Magnus winning this is if he can get his king, the white king, to the other side of the board and win one of those pawns on the other side. But as soon as you move the white king that way, the black king follows it. So I don't see how he's going to do it, how he's going to win this one at the moment.
The black king's like the shadow. It's just going to follow wherever the white king goes. Yeah. Magnus stepping forward one square. He's forgotten that pawn could move two squares on its first go.
Yeah, why didn't he do that?
I think he's just waiting. I think he can push it at any time he wants. There's no rush. But there we go. The white king, as soon as it makes a beeline for the queen side, the left half, the black king just
shadow.
Yeah, follows suit.
So it's...
And Vincent building up time on the clock as well, which is very important.
Yeah.
I mean, this would be fascinating to analyse, to play out with a sparring partner, this type of endgame, because I think maybe 20% of the time you win this with white, but you just need to find a plan. I don't see it right now. We're running out of pawns as well. The evaluation bar is making me doubt myself.
But we can agree this is Magnus's specialty, right? These endgames, grinds, finding a way, finding a plan.
Yeah, he was already kind of pushing Vincent in the previous game. He was probing, and then we saw that bunch of exchanges and a queen endgame, and it fizzled out. But Vincent had to be really accurate there with only a few seconds on his clock. Again, Magnus is just testing him, pushing him. Vincent's done so well so far. I'm so impressed. But still not easy, not out of the woods yet. Feels like Magnus is on the front foot. OK, he could have won maybe earlier, but he's the one kind of initiating, Vincent's reacting.
Just got to get his king, though, to the left-hand side. I mean, I can't see any other winning plan except for the white king getting towards those two black pawns. And as you said, how you know, he's going to try everything to do that, taking away the black's king squares with his bishop. But I don't see how it's achievable at the moment.
Maybe you just wait now with the white bishop or one of the pawns, and black's knight or king will have to decide which way they're going.
He's going to have to use a lot of zugzwang, isn't he? And zugzwang's where you have to give the move to your opponent. So he has to give ground so your pieces can come into the position. So you're right, David. If the black king moves here, white's king can step forwards. And if the black knight moves here, the white king can step left. So this is exactly, yeah, like you say, what he's done. Yeah, if black moves the king or the knight, white makes progress here.
Yeah. So if the king goes this way, white goes this way. If the knight moves away, the king goes this way and actually creeps in. And
that's what you need to do. You need to creep the king towards those pawns. So this is how he's going to try to win it. And maybe this is, maybe this is going to do it.
Maybe it's possible. And because it's what you call zugzwang, black has to give way. If black could just say, pass, I refuse to move, it's a draw. But
so many times I've doubted Magnus, and I'm always wrong. Whenever I say he's not going to win it, he always wins it. So I've got to learn my lesson. Why am I doubting Magnus in endings? It's ridiculous.
Now as well, we understand it's so clever. He put his pawn on this square so that it can always be protected by his bishop.
Yeah.
Yeah. This bishop protects its pawn, and, for example, if the white king does run this way, the bishop and pawn will protect each other. And, OK, Vincent has let the white king in. He's brought his knight around this way, but where's it going? I don't see it. Maybe you can even push a pawn, but maybe you can just bring your king in. Yes. Hanging together by a thread for black right now. He needs to eliminate these two white pawns. If he can get these with his knight, it's a draw.
Probably winning, though.
Yeah.
Probably a lot of problems here.
Definitely. And again, Vincent doesn't have much time on the clock. He's under 30 seconds. And Magnus puts the king into the position.
Probably going to lose.
It's probably the best bet, right?
Probably the best bet, I reckon.
Wow. But OK, now can that knight kind of create any problems? Like, for instance, jump to a clever square and start potentially attacking the white pawns on the left?
I think probably it's just over.
Yeah, he just has to find an accurate square for that knight, but I don't see it. And Magnus looks much more confident now. Down to 10 seconds for Vincent. Ooh. It's not easy. If you move the king away... It's
probably going to lose on time as well.
Oh, no.
It's probably a disaster.
4 seconds.
Oh.
OK, he jumps back, but the white bishop can control some squares this knight wants to use. There we go. Now the white king is ready to go and grab those black pawns. He's so close.
How good is Magnus in these positions?
Incredible.
So good, so good. And meanwhile, maybe there's still some chances. I think he should have probably pushed his A-pawn there for black. He needs to trade off those two remaining white pawns. You can't do it with your knight alone. You have to go for it now. Try and trade off a set of pawns.
Problematic, this.
Yeah, it's... I mean, I don't see it. The evaluation bar thinks draw, but... Maybe he is actually drawing. Maybe he can trade off one set of pawns now because Magnus's king and bishop are on the wrong colour square. So white can't touch his pawns. And even if you lose one as black, I mean, we have to show this right now. Maybe Magnus has blown it, actually, or maybe it was never winning in the first place. What you want to do is push your pawn forward. You want to keep this pawn alive, but this runs into a nasty check and your bishop drops. The problem is, now, if you retreat your king, for example, after a trade of pawns, say black's knight moves, if you ever say, push this pawn or touch this pawn, even if you take here, black can give up his knight for this guy. And this is a well-known draw, even without this pawn, because now the black king will just push itself into the corner, and there's no way to ever get it out.
There's no zugzwangs there where you force the black pawn to come forwards, is there?
Don't think so. For example, something like this. This is still a draw. Chess is unfair. You have an extra bishop, an extra pawn, but you can never get your opponent's king out of the corner. So this is what Vincent's aiming for. He wants, in the current position, all he needs to do is to give up the black knight for this white pawn, and then march his king into the corner and draw.
Wait, so why can you never get the king out of the corner?
Because it's on a dark square, and you only have a light squared bishop.
Incredible.
And,
He has to make moves.
yeah, he has to make moves. The problem is, in a position like this, if you, for example, say, OK, I'm going to try and make this happen. This is just some analysis. But if you ever try to stop the black king being on a dark square, this is stalemate. You can't check it and force it out of the corner at the same time. So let's go back to the game. We know what Vincent wants to aim for.
Stalemate.
Wants to aim for that stalemate. He needs his... I'm surprised he's gone this far with his king, but he can still run to the corner if he needs. It's just about giving up his knight for this pawn.
I mean, if Vincent manages to hold this one, I've been, going on about how amazing Magnus Carlsen is at the ending, brilliant, fantastic. What about Vincent? If he holds this ending, I mean...
Never doubt Vincent.
Never doubt the Vincent. No, we're gonna have to have a new analogy, and he's so close to holding it now. Just needs to give that knight up for the pawn, which is
still not easy.
Still not easy.
Not easy at all.
And 6 seconds.
And
come on, Vincent Van Gogh, go, make a move.
I like what you did there.
Yeah.
So, very clever. Very clever.
Very nice.
yeah.
But is it difficult to finding good enough moves for him with so little time on the clock?
Yeah,
Should be all right. Yeah,
He's doing a great job though at the minute.
Yeah.
His knight is going on the right squares, and he just has to
He's found it.
sacrifice
This is the right
his
idea.
knight for the pawn.
This is now a dead draw because the knight is coming to take that pawn. There's no way I think that white can stop that.
Can't stop it.
And as soon as the black knight comes and takes the pawn, well, David demonstrated the draw.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Great defence, but massive missed opportunity for Magnus, and just resilient, tenacious defending by the youngster. It's not over yet. Black's king still needs to get into that far corner, as we mentioned, to the right-hand corner, but it should be able to get there. OK, Magnus has stopped the black knight going for that white pawn immediately.
Right.
But the problem is you're a bit stuck with white. Anytime your king goes and takes the black pawn, the black knight will jump over.
Yeah, there is a little trick here which I missed. I thought the black king could come down the board. Maybe that would help, but then... OK, we'll stick with the game anyway, I think.
Yeah, where's he going, though? He's not going for that pawn immediately.
OK, so should he have done that? I mean, surely he should have waited. I don't understand why he's just given that pawn with that...
impatience.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Why allow this pawn to step forward?
Can he get it?
He should still be able to get it or blockade it.
He should be able to, but the problem is that the black king is getting a bit too far from the square it should be. It should be there on the right.
Yeah, and here we go. The pawn steps forward. Yeah, the problem is at some point white's king is going to run to that this side of the board as well, and it's going to be a race. Can the black king run into the corner in time?
I mean, is Vincent perhaps banking on the fact that the king will catch the A pawn and the knight will catch the H pawn?
Yeah, that's a good... Yeah, makes sense.
So
OK, now
example,
can we can see it, right?
Well, now...
You take that pawn.
Can you take the pawn and just get the... Yeah, you didn't take the pawn.
Doesn't even bother.
Right.
I mean, I think that was a draw anyway.
Yeah, just because it's always going to be stalemate, isn't it? With the king over there, I think technical draw.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not. Maybe there was ways for the white bishop to stop that king going into the corner.
Okay, maybe.
But yeah, why calculate it when you've got this white pawn under lock and key? Yeah, I think it was a good decision, actually. He didn't spend any time calculating because he doesn't need to yet. But Magnus still has chances. He could still go wrong. I mean, it would be so easy with 1 minute left on the clock to blunder, let the white pawns run, or let the white king suddenly go the other way. You can't do either of those things.
Yeah, and I have the table base up and running, and it says draw. So the table base is the Endgame database where everything has been worked out. There's so few pieces on the board that mathematically you can do these things.
Yeah, and It's always demoralising the table base, telling you, oh, it's a draw, obviously, but you might have to defend accurately for 30, 40 moves. And he's done that so far, Vincent. He's defended very accurately ever since we joined this game. And okay, Magnus, he started racing over to the other side of the board now with the white king. The race has begun.
I think he should have calculated taking that pawn earlier.
Wait, well, guys. There's only one move to draw.
Wow.
Oh. OK, everything else will lose. So he has to put the knight on the f5 square. That's it. If he moves the knight to the c6 square, it will be a loss. I don't know what DTZ 21 means, but...
Me neither.
But OK, it's losing.
Knight f5, will he find it? That means going to the right side of the board with that knight. Any other move is a loss. That's not easy. It looks like maybe moving the other way is fine. He moves the other way. He's now losing.
OK, so now the winning technique is for the king to run to the right side.
Oh.
This is it. This is going to win.
Yeah, and the problem is the white king will keep the black king busy, and the white bishop will be able to dominate that black knight. Maybe white's going to push him one way and then bring the white king back again.
Never doubt the great man.
So is Magnus now aware that this should be winning for him?
I think be more optimistic, but he won't know for sure.
OK.
Yeah.
The problem is, look at the black knight and the white pawn on the side. This formation where there's a gap in between, but they're diagonally apart, it always takes the knight 3 moves to go and attack that pawn. You can nearly never cover that square with the black knight. So this is important to remember. If you want to keep a king safe or a pawn safe, just put it like this, diagonally opposite your opponent's knight. OK, black's going for this pawn still. It's still not 100% easy, the path for Magnus. He has to be careful where he puts his king because the black knight is always ready to check or jump in.
Yep. As long as you mind that, it is winning. Although even if you were to blunder, apparently, it's still probably a win. But I don't
would be
know.
tempted to move the white bishop back to the starting square, like back to the first rank, just to defend both pawns at the same time.
He just needs to get his king near the remaining black pawn. Obviously, if the white king can take the remaining black pawn, it's going to be much easier. Yeah. But you have to be careful because knights are very tricky, as you pointed out, and he had to go this way to avoid a check with the black knight. But the king is heading that way. It's heading towards that pawn. And it does... Can I say it looks simple? Am I allowed to say that now? I mean, it hasn't looked simple any other point of the game, but it kind of looks simplish to me now.
Oh, Vincent down at 2 seconds, 1 second.
Oh, make a move.
Oh, did you see him? He reacted. He forgot about the clock.
Oh.
He made it with 1 second.
Wow.
Yeah, you're right, Simon. At least the plan is simple. I mean, there still will be traps to avoid.
Yeah.
So does Magnus now no longer care about the A pawn? It's all about the H pawn.
He'd like to keep it alive. For example, if the black knight can sacrifice itself for the H pawn, he needs to keep the A pawn alive. He needs to keep 1 because the only way to win the game is to make a new queen, eventually. So look at the white bishop. It's on a square. It protects both pawns. So now the black knight is creating a barrier. The white king can't step across.
But now the white king comes back around, I think, to attack the knight, right?
The bishop can just wait.
Yeah, and then at some point the king is going to come back around.
So the bishop can improve itself and put itself on the c4 square.
But then I guess the black king comes back. At some point you have to move this king, right, to win. You have to move the white king around.
Yeah, so the black knight is completely stuck, stopping the white king, creating a barrier. The black king is completely stuck, stopping the white A pawn. So, as you say, maybe we can show this very quickly. The winning plan for Magnus at the right moment, now on the next few moves, will be to bring his king back around this way. It's the long way round, but you will win this pawn eventually. Maybe this is a good one from Jovanka, just to stop the black knight from coming out. Okay, Magnus needs to move now, 30 seconds. Black has to just wait, nothing to do. The king is stuck, has to just wait with it. He plays that move, and now, surely now, bring the king forward, up, across, and in. And you win.
Amazing technique, though. I mean, it really is so impressive, right, to do it like this. So.
Yeah.
In the other semi-final match, I have to say, in Game 4, it really looks good for Liam Le. The bar is all the way over to his side, and if he wins it, they will head to blitz tiebreaks to decide that semi-final match. Comeback by Liam.
Wow, yeah, it looks like the nerves are getting to Erigaisi. Yeah, what a fight back. Not easy with black. As you mentioned, Simon, Erigaisi, one of the best players in the world with white these days. And meanwhile, Magnus, I think he realises he's winning. He's not going to relax yet, but there's simply no way the black knight can keep the white king out. Okay, it goes the wrong way, though, and now white's king can step forward. And we should also mention that technique we showed earlier with the bishop and wrong colour rook's pawn. If the black knight were to sacrifice itself for white's h pawn, the white a pawn is enough to win because it promotes on the same colour as the white bishop. So, yeah, this is difficult to explain, but if white can keep his a pawn and his bishop, he's always winning because it promotes on a light square. His bishop will be able to kick the black king out of the a8 corner, but it's not the same on the other side of the board. So I think Vincent just covered the wrong pawn, unfortunately for him. Oh. And the king coming across. No more advice, unfortunately. The king will eventually get that pawn. Also, knights are terrible at stopping rook's pawns because they can only stop it from one side of the board. A pawn in the center, a knight can stop from the right, the left, it can stop from in front. A rook's pawn, because the board is only 8 files across, a knight can only stop from one side. Okay, a check. Magnus gesturing there.
That was a strange gesture. Was that like, well, that doesn't help, kind of gesture? And now I think he's going to resign. Oh, wow.
What a game.
Wow. Magnus shaking his head, but after 93 moves, a very long game, he takes a win in Game 3, and that means he also takes the lead in the semi-final match. Game 4 starting in 15 minutes. Vincent, with the white pieces, will have to win that game to take it to tiebreaks. Any other result means Magnus is ready for the final. A long game, David. What moments should we highlight?
So many moments. First, Magnus was winning after the opening. He let it slip. Vincent survived with some really nice tactics, but we just have to show, again, the end game and where Vincent finally made that last mistake. And it was here. He's already maybe let it slip slightly earlier. Maybe he had opportunities to give up the black knight for this pawn, but here he went the wrong way. He went back in this direction, allowing the white king to activate. And we saw eventually the white king, after some maneuvering, was able to come and win this pawn. Eventually, this pawn would be the winner. Instead, however, if he'd gone the other way, it would have been incredibly tough for Magnus, maybe not possible to win. And the idea is that if the white king steps forward, there's a nasty check, a nasty fork. The black knight hits everything, the white king, bishop, pawn. And no matter what, no matter where you go, for example, if you move the bishop, black has ideas to just keep this pawn under lock and key anyway. And now, as soon as the white king moves away, the black king will go towards the other pawn, and the black knight is in time to sacrifice itself for this pawn. The black king will deal with the other one. White's pawns would disappear. A bishop alone is not enough to checkmate. So he should have kept an eye on both of the pawns instead, choosing the wrong direction. But it was difficult.
Wow, and now it's going to be a massive uphill struggle for Vincent in Game 4. He will have to win it. This is Game 4 between Arjun Erigaisi and Liam Le. Arjun in the lead in the match. He would only need a draw in this game to be in the final, but is Liam making a comeback, winning this game?
It looks that way, doesn't it? I mean, it looks absolutely crushing.
Why?
Yeah, so first, it is level material, although it doesn't even seem that way. It's all about the white king, and the white king is vulnerable on one diagonal, and that's the light squared diagonal. The white queen is defending her king right now, but there's just pieces moving towards it. White has the advantage actually on the other side of the board. White has some strong pawns. Maybe we jump in just to explain this a bit further, but essentially there will be a crushing attack against the white king. This is the vulnerable diagonal. If the queen can ever sneak in and deliver a killer blow, this will be checkmate. At the moment, the white knight guards this square, but it's stuck guarding this square forever. And the white queen is stuck plugging the H file forever. If you can't ever touch your queen or knight, you're going to be struggling. And this last move, bringing the bishop into the center of the board from Liam, he's just overwhelming and removing the final defenders. The problem is you can't really keep this piece in the middle for long. If you trade off, then suddenly these two pawns are going to march down the board. And yes, white has a strong pass pawn here and a strong pass pawn here, but they're both going to be kept under lock and key by black's rooks. And not much to do. Just to show, again, knight takes pawn, trying to remove at least one of those two dangerous pass pawns will walk into a deadly checkmating attack. It's just about the light squares. This is why I love the two bishops, Jovanka.
Absolutely. And gosh, it's really difficult to suggest a single positive move for white. And he has traded off the bishops. But those pawns are just going to start motoring and, as you say, destabilize that knight. The important effort.
Wow, he even plays it immediately. What is this? This is so clever. After the pawn steps forward, if the bishop takes this pawn, the queen has another angle she's going to capture here, and whoops, you're trapped in the corner. no way out. It's all about those light squares. The white rook has to throw itself in the way and block, but this is fatal. Black can take this in any way, for example, with the rook. And yeah, I mean, this king is doomed. For example, queen takes bishop, and you step out the way with a discovered check. The queen hits the king. Next move, the queen drops off. It's just a checkmating attack, simply, on the light squares. And Liam, wow, just so aggressive. And with black, 9 minutes still left on the clock, he's going to trap his opponent's king.
Yeah. It's no defence whatsoever.
No defence
I think it might be time for Simon's favourite move.
Yeah, resign.
Resign.
The problem is, as well, even if you defend this point that the black queen wants to enter, as soon as the white knight disappears, there's another entry point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the white bishop, sorry, the light squared bishop and the queen just dominating the whole of white's army. That's bad news for Erigaisi. He needs to think about perhaps the knockouts now.
Yeah, the playoffs
the
again.
Playoffs even. It's been a long day.
Second day in a row for him. It won't be easy. And also Liam, former Blitz world champion. Yeah, momentum with him if he wins this game. Yeah, Arjun feels like just, especially in the previous game, missed opportunity, right? And suddenly everything turned in this match. Liam about to take it.
Wow, what a comeback. And day 2 in a row, Arjun probably now will have to play Blitz tiebreaks. He did very well in that yesterday against Christopher Yu. And today, to face a former Blitz world champion. That's a tough task for young Arjun.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Liam's camera. Is that a picture of his own face above on his on his wall?
I think Liam must be the tidiest chess player in the world.
Yeah.
His office is just like everything looks like it's where it's supposed to be.
Both of them actually look like that.
A little bit messier with Arjun, I would say. You know, the pictures are like on top of each other. Liam is like, you know, exactly 10 centimeters away from each other.
You'd like this Twitter page that I follow. It's called Room Rater.
Oh, what is that?
And so basically anyone who gives a Zoom interview on TV gets their room rated. And they have the same kind of critique. Oh, a nicely positioned
I'm going to follow this. Room Rater?
Yeah.
I'm glad nobody can see my room. Yeah, it's. I mean, that's reflective of his kind of journey in the chess world. Liam, just very hard worker. He's got a tidy office, everything organised opening repertoire. Just perfectionist. That's why he's clearly such a good chess coach over there in St. Louis.
Yeah, Magnus clearly has the worst room, doesn't he? I mean, clearly the messiest. So.
Yeah, so tidiness does not equal a great chess player necessarily.
No.
I heard, you know, a messy person is often a genius. A genius will often be messy because the geniuses can handle the mess.
But sometimes I was doing some research on autism, and they were saying that when you're highly logical, sometimes it's not important. So why should you tidy up your room? Because at the end of the day, it's not important. In the big scheme of things, you could spend your time much more productively. And so, yeah, I can see the point of that, but for me, I need it tidy.
Yeah.
So you're not a tidy roommer?
No comment. Yeah, I mean, I try my best, but I just don't find time in the day sometimes.
Yeah.
It's hard to keep
I actually thought they finished this game.
What I thought Erigaisi had resigned.
Yeah, I didn't realise it was still going on. So, whoops. It's a bit like, well, what tournament are we on today? Yes,
Generation Cup, Simon.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you do have a point. Now the bar says plus 100 for black.
Plus 100 is quite... What does that even mean?
It says a forced checkmate on the board.
Forced checkmate, OK.
I think you can start simply. We talked about the white knight being a good defender, covering some key squares. Remove that white knight from the board, take it off. The black queen comes in.
Yeah.
Literally no way to prevent it. And Erigaisi, is he hoping for a mouse slip? Is he hoping maybe Liam gets a bit too clever? 30 seconds as well. Liam.
He's coming in with the power.
Wow, I mean, this is so unnecessary. Just take that knight off. OK, he gives a check in order to win this rook. He's still winning.
He's calculated. He's going to take everything off.
Yeah.
And queen. Just to rub salt in the wound.
It's really game over. Nothing to be done. No.
Only plus 10 now, though.
It says mate in 11 moves.
Well, I think we've seen a result.
There it is. Oh, it's a comeback by Liam Lair. He is taking this teenager into another blitz tiebreak battle, which will start in 15 minutes. They will play 2 blitz games, one each with the white pieces. And if they are still tied after those 2 games, then we will head into Armageddon. But it will be decided in tiebreaks. This one, they are tied, winning 1 game each in the rapid portion. We came late into this game. What was the defining moment for Liam?
We came in late, but I just want to show the style with which Liam finished the game off. And here, white has just captured a bishop in the centre of the board. We were just assuming the bishop would be recaptured. Take back. Black has a dominant position, still marching the pawns forward in the centre, but Liam, he didn't want to hang around. He wanted to clinch that win immediately. He pushed his central pawn forward. And this shows we should always scan the board for other angles for our pieces to get in, especially if we're attacking. And the idea is that the black queen wants to use this square to checkmate on the diagonal. And there's simply no way to cover the light squares for white. White is severely lacking a light squared bishop. And the white bishop even blocked the black queen's access to this point. But another flashy move, giving a check, deflecting away the white rook. Only legal move is to capture due to a pin on this file. And now after the queen took the rook, Argent resigned. This is because no matter how white blocks this check, we would simply see a queen exchange, a simplification, and at the end, black would take this knight, make a new queen of his own. Game over, and really, really nicely done by Liam.
All right, Magnus Carlsen and Vincent Keimer, they will head into game 4. Magnus in the lead. That will start in about 5 minutes. So before that, we'll let our experts have a little bit of a rest, and we will be right back after some commercials.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
Welcome back. It's about to get super dramatic in the semi-finals in the Julius Baer Generations Cup. Magnus Carlsen heading into Game 4 with the lead against Vincent Keimer. You did see an ad for Meetup, a great app, and tomorrow Meetup and the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour is teaming up and arranging a watch party at the Good Night in Oslo. So if you are in Oslo, go down there and you can meet up with Simon, who will be there, play some chess and watch the first day of the big final in the Julius Baer Generation Cup. Let's take a look at the results so far in our semi-finals. One win for Magnus Carlsen after a super long game in Game 3. He has the lead and Vincent has to win now Game 4 to take it to tie breaks. Liam Le was able to make a comeback in Game 4 against Arjun Ergaisi, so those two will decide their match in Blitz tiebreaks starting in a few minutes. We're gonna definitely follow that as well. But now, Vincent with the white pieces. Here we go. Must-win situation for him.
Here we go. Okay, the game has started. It's a variation of the English opening or the Reti, depending how you look at it. And it depends on Magnus's next couple of moves. How will he set up? What do we think? Is he going to go solid, Magnus, or is he going to play typically kind of fighting chess, even when he only needs a draw?
Well, I think he's going to go solid. I mean, he only needs a draw, and it's the symmetrical English, which is a very solid opening, isn't it, generally? And, well, maybe now he's offering some Tarrasch transposition.
Yeah.
But Vincent's going to have to perform wonders to win this game, isn't he? But he has got the white pieces. Yeah. What to do here, David? There's a couple of choices, right?
There's a few choices. White can push a couple of different pawns forward in the centre. White can also just push the G-pawn forward, fianchetto the bishop on the long diagonal, the white light-squared bishop. Those are the main three options. OK, he pushes this pawn. Will Magnus bring his knight out and just make the position completely symmetrical? Black can also push a pawn in the centre. Yeah, cagey stuff so far. It's so hard to predict with Magnus. That's the big problem. Vincent, his opening repertoire is, I mean, it's just flawless almost, but he is quite predictable in a way, at least relative to the world number one. But Magnus immediately pushes forward in the centre, and yeah, we're going to see this really tense standoff. If Black captures this pawn that's just moved, we see a transposition to the Caro-Kann defence. Also potential transpositions to the Nimzo-Indian defence, and this is why in chess it's so hard. I mean, it started as an English opening, kind of went into the Reti, could be a Caro-Kann, then could end up as a Nimzo-Indian, so it's like 4 different openings in one. I've always found these positions quite tricky to understand which pawn should you take first in the centre with Black. You can wait, you can maintain the tension and not capture anything at all. But, Magnus, I think I've seen him on the white side of this position as well, a few times, a bunch of times even.
I'll just check. I can certainly see he's played it quite a few times. He's played it against Ding Liren in March, and he played it against Anish Giri in 2020, and he also beat Artemiev with the black pieces in this. Let's have a look.
So, quite a lot of experience.
Definitely.
Some big names in there, big opposition.
And you're right. He played Daniel Dubov and beat him in 2020, probably at this. It was the second tournament that we commented on.
Things Masters.
Yes, that was it. Yeah.
A long time ago, December 2020. We're just trying to go back in time. We've been reminiscing about teenage years. Why not reminisce about some great chess clashes we've witnessed? Meanwhile, Magnus thinking, I mean, I'm expecting him to capture one of the 2 pawns in the centre, but Black could also just bring his knight out. A move I think I've seen Magnus play before as well is to just push the Black A pawn 1 square, just as a bit of a waiting move.
That was against Ding Liren.
Yeah,
in the Charity Cup.
Yeah, so Magnus maybe just trying to, okay, he plays it again. And yeah, Magnus just maybe playing a game of cat and mouse here. He knows what he wants to play, but he's slightly afraid that Vincent has prepared it. We see a trade of pawns in the centre. We see there's potential for an isolated pawn again, just like we saw 2 games ago. One move I've played here is to push this one, I was about to say. Played this myself once before. White's bishop now has a nice home, and Black blocks it up. Yeah, very ambitious play actually from Magnus, despite the fact he needs just that draw. Now the pawn structure is in balance. Black has more space on the queen side, but White has an extra central pawn if you look at the central 2 files, the E and D files. What do you think of this one, Simon? Or Jovanka?
Yeah, I was just going to say he's actually repeating the same formula that he played against Vladislav Artemiev. and the Aim Chess US Rapid. And there he won in quite quick time, actually, in 35 moves.
Yeah, why mess with a winning recipe? Why change things up? And I'm expecting white to castle here. White's knight is pinned on this left side of the board. The other white knight could also jump into the center, though. As far as I remember, there's a bunch of moves. White's dark squared bishop can protect, kind of block this pin that black's dark squared bishop is creating. Yeah, any experience here, Simon? This type of position, maybe?
No, not really. I mean, I've sort of seen these positions quite often. Just assessing it, you've got pawn structure and pieces, and the thing I like about black's pawn structure is that he probably has the better pawn structure in general on the queen side, especially because he's got this chance of just getting a passed pawn in any late middle game ending very easily. He can push all his queenside pawns up the board. So that's like a long-term danger that Vincent has. Vincent flicking in a check here, maybe entering into some slight tactics now. And Vincent, I was going to say, probably has to use his pieces to try and cause some problems and try to use the centre of the board. And we're seeing a little tactical exchange now, so there is some threats on Magnus's position already.
I remember analysing this when I played it back in 2019, I think, as white. I didn't go for this because I'd seen that, okay, from a human point of view, it looks very tempting, right? You're undermining this knight, it's pinned, and also the black knight defends its bishop. But I think I remember coming to the conclusion that black can just castle. And now if we try to remove black's knight from the board, actually this transition of a check, a recapture, and taking back, this is actually very promising for black. It looks great for white, two bishops, better pawn structure, but for example here, if white grabs a pawn, gets greedy, then the black bishop just comes out, and because the control of this diagonal is so strong, actually black has fantastic compensation. Black will occupy the open file, white can never challenge for this. Also, this bishop tends to be quite bad. Okay, it's got one square right now, but it tends to be a bad piece. And on the light squares, later on in the game, white only has one defender. Maybe sometimes later on you can exchange it off with your bishop. And yeah, I just remember looking at plans like this one, Simon. You'll be happy pushing the h-pawn forward. White has an extra pawn, but the quality of the pieces is not great, and Magnus does eventually castle.
Yeah, I mean, so maybe Vincent just, well, he's playing very quickly here. I mean, maybe he must have some idea. But what you said there, David, makes a lot of sense. And yeah, black's light square bishop is a tremendous piece. Real strong piece there.
And I can tell you that no one has ever played this queen move in the database, and it's probably for the reasons that David highlighted. I also really like that tweet by Chafka. It says the dog fascinated by Magnus and his endgame skills. This is the dog's teenage years. Sorry, I have a fascination for pets, especially dogs.
Yeah.
So thank you, Chafka.
Definitely. We do see a lot of cool pets you guys sharing on social media. I wonder if they enjoy watching chess, or if they're like, what is this?
Probably they figured it out, right? Because I was reading in a book that like chimps are actually much better at certain tasks than us. Well, certain tasks, quite a few tasks, like in memorization, spotting patterns. Chimps, much better.
That's where we all come from.
Yeah, maybe we need a chessboard course by a pet. That's the next step. Meanwhile, black's bishop coming out to this dream diagonal, and yeah, even if you lose a pawn as black, black has those doubled c-pawns. Even if you lose the back c-pawn, the white queen can go and take it right now. It doesn't change anything, really. It's just about the activity of the pieces. Also, black's light square bishop can come into the position and just plant itself there, and it's pretty much there for eternity.
And the first blitz game has started between Liam and Arjun Erigaisi. Liam with the white pieces in this one. They have 5 minutes on the clock, 3 seconds after every move. And after this first blitz game, there will be another one where Arjun will have the white pieces. We will definitely follow this as well. But Magnus, with a draw or a win in this game, will be the winner in the rapid portion. And it looks good for him right now.
It looks very good. I mean, if you're sacrificing a pawn, which Magnus is essentially doing, and the computer still loves your position, it means you've done something right. You've got full control. Yeah, I mean, what do you guys foresee in the next few moves? Is Vincent going to be able to maybe change things up, turn things around?
Just looks like Vincent's fallen into a very bad opening line, actually, which you're aware of. I mean, it doesn't seem that obvious to me that it's completely disastrous. And he's playing all the moves you recommended, and I can see how things are going to really get hot around White's king. But having a +2 advantage is still, like, for me, it's like, wow, that is quite intense, right?
I'm surprised it's that much, actually.
Yeah. But as a ready-made attack, and I really like that, obviously, rook up move that Magnus played. I mean, you know, we know where that rook's going to head to later on, over to the king side, and
it's going to swing across.
And you know, really, Magnus has got these like 4 pieces ready on the king side against White's 2 pieces. So, just counting attackers versus defenders, it seems like you know, this is pretty bad for White. I mean, White doesn't have a plan, right? White it needs to find a plan, but what?
Yeah.
What can he do? He can't really do anything. So it's it needs some luck here to win this game.
It's just about this open b file. If White's rooks could get active, great. But unfortunately, the black bishop keeps this square covered, and yeah, as you say, just zero plan.
Yeah.
What's this queen doing? Nothing at all. At some point, she'll probably just have to return to her start square just to rejoin the action on the king side. What's this bishop doing? It's hitting thin air. Nothing to do. There's literally no targets on the dark squares. And as you say, ready-made plan. For example, if White, I don't know, moves a rook, then the pawn steps forward. Say, I mean, I don't even see any moves really for White. Say the queen comes back, the pawn could even just step forward again. Maybe the black knight's going to jump into the center at some point, hitting this pawn. This is a big weakness. The rook's going to swing. The queen's going to come out. I mean, you never, ever want to trade this piece off, because then you lose all control over the light squares around White's king. Just looks disastrous, almost. And that also, even in positions like this, even if Black didn't have anything immediate, you could just, you could plant the bishop into this outpost any time you want, and it would just control everything.
It's amazing how bad White's position is, because it doesn't look like it should be as bad as it is, because you've got quite a solid pawn structure, you're a pawn up, you've got 2 bishops, but actually the more you look at it, the more you realise it's horrendous, and there's nothing you can do here. And OK, he's trying to stop your plan, but you know, moving pawns around your king is very double-edged, because they can also be weak and become targets at the same time.
And I guess the downside is now, if Black ever plants a knight in the centre of the board, for example, hitting this pawn now, you can never, ever kick it away with your own pawn. For example, let's defend things first. Not even easy to do, but you can never, ever kick the knight out, because this pawn is going to be weak. And again, just looks like a ready-made attack for Black. At some point, maybe not right now in the current position. OK, Magnus jumps in with his bishop, but at some point the pawn will step forward. There might even be a sacrifice on this square just to open things up. And you could imagine, for example, the rook swinging across and this being very scary. But Magnus, he's going to pick his moment for that. And OK, he jumps in with his bishop.
Yeah, I mean, the sacrifices around White's king are always going to be there. I mean, just thinking about most embarrassing moments, I mean, we've talked about some, but maybe not chess-related ones so much. And I can probably tell you my most embarrassing chess one. I was an international master playing Hastings, the tournament, longest-running tournament in the world. Started in 1898, I think. But the problem is always over the holiday period, and they have a game on New Year's Day. Oh. Can you believe it? Oh. So you've got to play a game on New Year's Day. And Hastings used to have quite a famous pier where there was some proper raves going on all night, you know, finishing at 8 a.m. And I remember just turning up for my New Year's Day game, and I had the white pieces. I was an international master, and I was playing someone much, much weaker than me. And I had to resign after 8 moves. 8 moves. And I blundered a piece on move 6 when I was an international master. And as soon as I blundered a piece, sod's law, there was a massive crowd, you know, just like, oh, look at this idiot. I think I was, you know, just couldn't even see. And yeah, I resigned after 8 moves as an IM on New Year's Day. And I think my record on New Year's Day at Hastings is like, I think it's like 1 out of 11 or something. It's terrible. I've just lost nearly. So that was so embarrassing. Losing like a baby. It was to a weaker player. Not fun. not fun. So, yeah. Anyone else done that? Lost, probably not that bad.
Well, I did have an embarrassing chess loss, but it wasn't in public, and it was to... See, growing up, I had a tremendous rivalry with my older brother. Like, he was much stronger than me, and he used to mock me mercilessly. And anyway, he one day he turned around to me and said, "I'm going to play you blindfolded. In fact, I'm going to beat you. I know that I'm going to beat you, so I'm going to give you a queen odds." So he gave me queen odds. He played me blindfolded, and he crushed me. Ooh. And because it's like my brother, he kind of stopped the position. He kind of immortalized it. He called the whole family round, and he said, and then he took them through the whole game. And he kind of, I'm going red now. And he went like, "What did she play?" He made every single member of my family guess like all the moves that I made. And then
big brother.
And then when they suggested, no, that has some logic, he would say. Oh yeah, but you know, it worked because of him. I actually played thousands and thousands of blitz games, and I was very motivated to become an international master. Yeah. And
It made you competitive, character building.
Yeah,
I've heard that a lot with families, actually. I mean, there's a famous pair of twins at the position. Black is building up, right, David? I mean, there's bound to be a big blow soon, but not much has actually occurred at the moment. But there's the Pert twins. And because they were twins, they had this massive rivalry, and that spurred them on both to become, well, great players, So, rivalry is quite healthy, right?
Yeah.
Have you had that, David? I know you're with anyone particular?
I mean, my siblings, one sister, she didn't really play chess. She played one tournament, lost all her games.
Oh, dear.
Hi, Julia. I mean, I had that rivalry. I guess I'm one of the 1990 crowd, so when I was already playing in these young age group, the World Under 10 Championship, World Under 12 Championship, I was facing and struggling against the likes of Magnus and Kaja, Nepo, Vachier Legrave, etc. But I guess that gave me an edge. And also in England, a few years above me maybe, but I had players like Gawain Jones. There was a bit of a rivalry there, pushing each other to new heights. As soon as he achieved something, I wanted to do it too. As soon as I achieved something, he wanted to do it, and we'd kind of push each other. I think it's healthy, and it's no coincidence now we see we have the 1990 crew. Now it's like the 2006, 2007 age group where all of these young players, or maybe even before that, but maybe all these players like Prag, Gukesh, Sarin, it's no coincidence they come through at the same time because they push each other to be better.
Yeah. And Vincent also in there at 17.
Vincent, and I mean, if you go up to 18, 19, there's a bunch as well. It's incredible. Rivalry is healthy. Just remember, it's not the end goal, just beating your rival. You want to get to the top of the world. You don't want to just be your local champion, local club champion. Maybe you do, but meanwhile, Magnus still building up in this position. All the black pieces swarming towards the white king. Black's piece is perfect. White is helpless. Look at that white rook in the bottom left corner. Can't get in the game. Look at the other white rook. Look at that poor white dark square bishop. It's it's just staring down at thin air. It's a disaster, unfortunately, in the opening from Vincent.
Yeah, just to let you know as well about the playoffs that are going on. The first game, Arjun has the black pieces against Liam Lee, and it looks like Arjun is actually winning with the black pieces there, which would be a really big step for him getting into the final, which looks against Magnus Carlsen. I'm very excited about that final, actually. It's going to be interesting. Seeing those two fight, which looks likely at the moment, but things can change.
Yeah, I can see the bar has shot off for Arjun. He has more than 2 minutes on the clock. Liam down to 1 minute and 20 seconds in that first blitz game.
Yeah.
We see a rather desperate move there, David, played, but...
So this is the question. Does Magnus use his bishop and go and take that white rook, or does he leave it? Black's bishop looks so good. I would be tempted to leave it.
Yep.
I mean, there's the materialistic approach. Just grab that white rook for a bishop, your material up, and you have a dominant position. Or do you maintain control? Do you just play for having good pieces?
Yeah, it's the lure of material. I can't resist. I can't help it. It's too beautiful. I would be tempted to take it off, just because white gets control of the B line if you don't take.
So you can take this piece, white will recapture, and I mean there's so many tempting moves. You can maybe move the queen across, for example, start eyeing up this pawn. I mean, you're material up and you're just doing well. But I guess it's also, I don't know. I know Magnus. I've seen enough games. He wants to show a bit of artistic flair if he can, and
I think he'll just checkmate him.
Yeah, it's a badge of honour that he doesn't want to be materialistic or greedy. I think, like you said, Simon, this bishop might participate in the attack later. So how do we checkmate this?
Then you have the demolishing stuff.
Yeah,
right?
just start ripping the pawns away, I'd say.
So,
push this one, or
take on G3. Whip him in.
Yeah. Oh gosh.
Actually, I didn't even
This is a killer, isn't it?
Could well be. Then either bring the rook in and.
Yeah, I mean, bring the rook in, hit the pawn, hit the queen. I mean, you could even start with in this position pushing the pawn forward, maybe.
Yeah, to open up more diagonals. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, this is a pin here. White has to keep things closed. If you keep things closed, the rook comes in.
He'll play this. He'll definitely play this. He's just working out the variations. He's got lots of time. It's quite an obvious kingside breaker, isn't it?
That's the thing. I mean, black in this position is attacking with bishop, rook, queen, another rook. White's pieces on the other side, especially these ones, they're just not doing anything.
What is that?
What? He goes back? Retreat?
That's not.
Never.
Why has he gone that way?
Why has he gone this way? I guess he wants to kind of...
He wants to challenge the rook.
Maybe challenge the rook also. He wants to maybe use this diagonal to go for the white king, I guess.
I mean, it's probably a good move, but when you can just kill your opponent's king, you do it, right?
Yeah.
Is he enjoying himself too much here?
He only needs a draw, Magnus, after all.
But
he's material up now as well.
Sometimes the best way to get a draw is just to enter the complications, and in those other lines, I mean, even if he didn't checkmate, there was bound to be some perpetual, right? So surprising. But
still looks pretty good.
Still looks good.
Yeah, I'm not going to criticise it because I might have gone for the same thing myself.
Bringing the queen all the way back to its starting
because
square.
you want to challenge the rook. You know, White's only active piece is that rook. Get rid of it.
Why don't you want to checkmate? that's the aim of the game.
It's not a stylistic difference between you two.
Checkmate ends the game.
Where's the pleasure? You know,
in killing your opponent.
Yeah, but you're going to have
to play with her food.
Exactly.
Yeah,
you're going for the short kill. You know, the fast food. I'm going to go for the long drawn gourmet three courses.
You want the full
yeah,
the full taste menu.
Exactly.
Yeah, Magnus looks pretty confident. The problem is for White, it's just the bishops. We love the two bishops normally, but only when the centre is open. The centre is completely blocked. If you have a trade-off your light square bishop for Black's knight, again, the White king will get checkmated eventually on those light squares. The other bishop, just a bystander. It's just two poor pieces, and White's queen is pretty bad too. Very, very passive.
We have a win for Arjun Erigaisi in Blitz game number 1 with the black pieces in 5 minutes. Blitz game number 2 with the white pieces. He will only need a draw to be ready for the big final. Liam, he has made a comeback before today, so he has to do the same in the next Blitz game to take it to Armageddon. We will pay attention to that as well, but Magnus, he is very likely now to be the first player to enter the final. Well, I guess there is a lot of play left in this one.
There's a lot of play, but it's all in one side's favour. It's just one-way traffic. White tried to plug the only open file in the position is this B file. White tried to plug it with his dark squared bishop, but look at Magnus. He's not going for the attack. Sorry, Simon. He's just switching his focus. If he can trade off the rooks, trade off the queens, he has a material advantage. Rook for bishop, and Black's knight is super strong as well. Yeah, I mean, it's such a pity it had to end like this, assuming that Magnus wins this game now, because Vincent's fought so well today. It was just that endgame and then a poor opening choice in this game. I think, again, it's hard to fault him. He needed to win with White. He took some risks. He played an opening maybe he's not so familiar with, and Magnus knew the details better.
Yeah, it's easy to fall into a bit of an inferior opening against someone like Magnus who plays everything, right? You can get tricked. I mean, very hard to know what to do in all positions before move 20, so understandable. And I think the last game was really the problem, wasn't it? Not, Magnus grinding that ending all the way through. But he came so close to drawing, didn't he? So close. And, but he's going to be around for a while, I'm sure about that.
Yeah, he's stopped school.
Yep.
He's focusing on the chess.
Yeah, still years ahead at the top level.
Yeah.
Got great coach, great. I mean, everything's in place for Vincent to ascend even higher, and I'm pretty sure he will, just judging on his performance this tournament. But yeah, I mean, my prediction of a teenage player winning this event, if Vincent had taken down Magnus, it would have been guaranteed. Vincent against Arjun, perhaps.
Well, Arjun's, you got to go for him now, really.
Yeah.
Looks at it. So Arjun's the main man.
Yeah. And maybe finding some inspiration in Prague, his fellow Indian, who actually won the match against Magnus in Miami last month. He won them in blitz tiebreaks.
Yeah, it's
Possible.
Anything's possible. I mean, to get to the knockouts of these tour events, you have to be super, super strong. So every guy, if he wins, he'll deserve his shot at the crown. Liam, he's been in final before, so we know he's got pedigree as well. Meanwhile, Vincent just trying to block up the white king. If you look at the white pawn structure, all on dark squares, ignoring that white A pawn, the rest all on dark squares, that shows he's only weak on one colour complex. And Magnus happy to give up a pawn to bring his rook in. Okay, he's not allowed to do that. White is now stopping the black rook from coming to the second rank. But this is just a temporary measure. Yeah, I mean, white can barely move right now.
Still got to find a breakthrough. I mean, just got to avoid overpressing and find a way to breach white's defences. So how do we do that?
Yeah, it's not so easy, actually.
Not so easy.
You don't have to do anything because the onus is on white to try to prove. So you could just kind of solidify your pawn structure there on the right.
Say we defend.
Yeah, you know, I'm not bothering to go for mate. I understand there's much more ambitious tries. And then how is white ever going to make any progress?
Yeah.
If you kick back the knight, then you create weaknesses.
Yep, and now these pawns are very weak. I guess if you ever step forward with your queen, the black rook will infiltrate and invade the white camp. We'd see, okay, the black queen come in. This would be deadly as well. White is a bit frozen, but okay, Magnus doubles up his rooks. I'm not sure where that one's going. Is it going this way, maybe? Does he want to checkmate after all, Simon?
I hope so. I mean, he could also do the Alekine's gun on the B file, which we've talked about quite a lot, actually, this tournament, where you can triple up your pieces like that, and then you just bring your rook in, swap off more pieces, and win in this way, maybe, is another idea.
I mean, this is perfect kind of placement of pieces. Yeah. Takes a few moves, but yeah, maybe he has that luxury. Clock times as well. They've just been against Vincent the whole match. Yeah, he's always fighting an uphill battle on the board and the clock, unfortunately. So right now, hard to recommend anything for white, unfortunately.
Let's game number 2 just started between Erigaisi and Liam Le. With the white pieces, Arjun will need only a draw or a win to be ready for his very first final in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. Liam Le, he has to win this to take it to Armageddon, to also make it to his first. No, he's been in one.
He's been in one before.
Le Bon, did he?
He's been in one final before.
Yeah, he's been. And I remember he lost it.
Yeah.
I think probably you're right against Le Bon.
I feel it was either Le Bon or Artemiev.
Where's our stats guy?
Yeah.
Where's Ty?
Yeah. He's been in a final. But right now, it looks like Arjun will make it to his first final. But it is Blitz game. He is playing a former Blitz World Champion. So anything can happen. We are paying attention to that as well. Do you think this game will be finished before that Blitz game? Or is there a lot left to do in this one?
There's enough to do to make it last quite a while. Magnus has a lot of time on the clock as well, I guess, so he could spend that a bit later on. Yeah, I mean, it would be fun to watch that Blitz game, that second Blitz game between the two.
Yeah.
Let's see whether Magnus can finish Vincent off first. Vincent's clock time, it does really say that he's not going to survive too long, unfortunately, but okay, he just moves his rook, a waiting move. No real aggressive intentions behind that one, it feels like. And maybe time for that Alekine's gun, as you mentioned, stacking up all those 3 black pieces. Yeah, I think the white king is safe enough for now. Not too many attackers around it, so it wouldn't make sense too much for Magnus to gamble and go for the white king. Okay, he's trying to get in from a different angle, the black queen.
This also looks quite effective as well. Well, his position is so winning that I think he could do anything. And as long as he has the kickback of the Black Knight under control, and he does, there's no problem.
Yeah, so the Black Queen now is going to find her way on that Queen side. She's going to go diagonally over to A4, and actually that white dark square bishop is the target.
Yeah.
Logical stuff.
The Queen will sneak in, maybe even win another pawn, right? So
Yeah.
I mean, that's nice full board awareness as well. Just kind of, it looks like the Queen's been staring down at the White King the whole time, and suddenly she switches.
Look at this, Vincent going all the way back there.
It's not good news.
Also 1 minute on the clock. So it's...
Maybe this game will finish before the second Blitz game in the other semi-final is over.
Yeah, and now the rook comes, and, well, there's really nothing much for Vincent to do except kick back the Black Knight. And whilst Magnus is pondering where to return the knight, we have a funny tweet from Lol Keck, who says that they want us to do commentary on his day-to-day, or her day-to-day. Oh no, he goes for Netflix instead of the gym. Elementary blunder. -9 for him, with no hope of recovering from this position.
He's off to the bar.
Rest is important too, though.
Yeah. Kaja providing the balance. And yeah, thank you, Lol, for that tweet.
He hasn't made a move for 8 hours. What's he doing? Wake up.
Tick-tock, the clock is ticking.
Reminds me of that, it's a Jim Carrey movie, where his life is a...
The Truman Show.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
And Simon would be there.
Good film.
Peculiar.
What a peculiar day-to-day routine.
It would actually be a little bit of a fun experiment for 24 hours. You're going to have sports commentators comment on your life.
Yeah. I think there should be another, a new chess documentary just where they follow chess players around.
Yeah.
I think more happens than meets the eye. It's not always just staring at a computer screen, studying openings. It's
Behind the scenes.
behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Chess after dark.
I think that'd be
Definitely
great.
would be interesting.
Meanwhile, Kaja down to under 20 seconds now. The problem is it's all falling apart. White has had to weaken his pawn structure in order to kick back Black's knight, and Magnus doesn't even want that trade of rooks, which would still be favourable for him. Instead, he's going to control the second rank. That's a nice move. OK, Vincent's really trying to force that trade. But just compare the pieces. Black's rook is more active than White's rook, so no exchange. It's sometimes that simple. And, I mean, he's fighting. Credit to Vincent.
And an update on Liam's game. He needs to win with the black pieces, and he's a piece up. So it's quite likely we might get an Armageddon encounter between Argent, and it's very complicated still, but he's done exactly the right thing in complicating and getting a very weird position. OK, it's actually very unclear, but he is a piece up.
So we might see Armageddon chess today.
We might see, yeah. Might see our first Armageddon, which would be great, yeah?
Yeah. So we've only had one Armageddon
on the tour this season.
On the tour, and that was between Giri and someone just last month.
Yeah. Our memory is that, it's been a long day. So Ty reminded me it was Chessable Masters. Liam lost to Wesley So, actually.
I was going to say Wesley. I was worried I was wrong.
There we go.
But meanwhile, OK, Vincent stepped forward in the centre, but this pseudo-sacrifice, just giving back some material for Black, who looks like a killer. If White takes this rook, he loses his light squared bishop. The Black Queen will come in. The White King is doomed. Just that second rank, Black has got full control. OK, he doesn't even capture, but now the two
rooks are going to line up.
There's maybe a small threat. White's rook wants to come to the top of the board and pin the Black Queen to her king. But
probably still losing.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a massive threat. Not the scariest. Black can avoid that if he wishes.
I reckon he'll try to give up his queen here, won't he, Magnus, if he can? Probably can give up his queen to at least get a perpetual.
Go for that White King.
Yeah. But he doesn't like going for checkmate.
Yeah, there you go.
He's gone for checkmate.
Yep.
I think he'll achieve it.
Yeah.
Looks very good. So White is about to win the Black Queen, but he's had to give up a bishop. So right now, it's, OK, 2 rooks for a queen. But at the very least, the White Queen is going to drop off.
Yeah.
There we go. The White Queen is doomed, and Magnus Carlsen is in the final.
All right, it's another final for the world #1, knocking out young Vincent Keimer in the semi-finals. It's been a tough, intense fight, this one. Eventually, Magnus winning 2 games to make it through to the final. Now, we're going to try to get a comment from Magnus, but there is a blitz tiebreak going on, so we're going to try to head into that as fast as possible to follow the drama between Arjun and Liam. Arjun in the lead, but if Liam wins this, then Armageddon, and the bar is over to his side.
Yeah, it's over to his side, not by that much. The material on the board, as Simon says, black has an extra knight. And there we go, the bar will keep changing move by move. Black has an extra knight, but look at white's pawns in the centre. Who would you rather be? It's a difficult question. Level on the clock as well, 2 minutes each.
I think I'd take the extra piece in this particular position because the pawns don't seem very mobile in the middle of the board. Yeah, he's got these 2 big pawns, but they're not really going anywhere at the moment. And I'm kind of liking maybe, you know, this maybe some chances against White's king later on as well. The extra piece, if you can get it rolling.
The bar is back to the middle and why the drama goes on in this one. We are joined by the first player ready for the final. Congratulations, Magnus.
Thank you.
What a long day against Vincent here. How will you sum up your match against him?
Yeah, I think the first game was a good fighting draw. Second game, not much happened. Third game was that was a shame because
you won it.
I had you know I had done everything correctly up to a certain point, and then I blundered at some point. I made the wrong rook move, and I realized my mistake right after. It's a bit disappointing. Anyway, after that, it's fairly equal. Then I managed to outplay him again, and even after that, I blundered something simple because I played a little bit too quickly and in a good position. But yeah, you know, that's the way it is. And then yeah, the fourth game, I think he just made a poor opening choice, and I mean, I was just winning from early on, or I just, I mean, his position, his pieces just had no scope whatsoever. So that was okay. But I got to say, especially the first game, I was really impressed with his with his play. He's very, very strong, as you could see from the end of game 3 and also game 4. He still has some challenges connected to, you know, experience and practical play, but basically he's a very good player.
And taking it a little bit back to game 3, one of those situations where we see actually most players giving up, but you keep grinding, looking for that winning plan. Is that your biggest strength in chess, if you're going to choose one strength?
No, I don't know, but I don't think anybody would have given up there. I mean, I wasn't risking anything, and I mean, I almost like given up hopes of winning, but never completely. But it's, I mean, it's certainly one of the things that I sometimes do well. That I play to win, I push, and then if that's not enough, then I try to push some more.
Are you enjoying it, playing those games, or is it frustrating for you as well?
Can be frustrating for sure, especially if I know that I missed opportunities early in the game. But you know, you gotta try.
Yeah. Now, Magnus, your performance rating in the tournament is now up to 29.34. You have now a peak rating on the tour of 28.83. I think actually it's possible for you tomorrow to reach 2,900 on the tour. What would that mean to you?
I haven't thought about it, but would be nice, yeah. But most important, whoever I face tomorrow, it's about winning the match. The rating, you know, would be nice. It's not a guarantee.
And we're looking at Blitz game number 2 between Arjun and Liam. I don't know if you're seeing the screen, but the bar just went over to Arjun's side. And if he wins it, he will be your opponent. What is your take on this game if you're seeing it?
Yeah, I think Liam probably had chances earlier, but I'm pretty sure the moment has passed him by. Now I think Arjun's position is a little bit too strong, so I think he'll make it through.
And Arjun, another super strong Indian teenager. What's your experience with him?
I mean, I only played a couple of games against him. The first was a draw in the World Blitz, and the second was the first game of the preliminaries here. But he's amazingly strong, very good practically as well. So he's a very tough opponent, as I said earlier. On an earlier day, I think he's certainly a top 10 player in the world when it comes to Rapid Blitz.
Yeah. At 19, you were already 2,800. What chances do you give Arjun of becoming what we call in the studio super duper grandmaster at 2,800?
If I was him, I wouldn't focus too much on that. It's clear that he's improving. He's doing very well, and he's probably also gonna have challenges at some point, but that they come potentially when playing against the best in the world and not before. Very, very positive, and I'm very curious to see how he will do also in other events against top players.
Yeah. First of all, excited to see him probably play you tomorrow. Best of luck in the final, Magnus.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. All right, the bar is way over to Arjun's side. Is he now with both feet inside the final?
Possibly. I'm not going to write off Liam Le yet because he's so strong, but those two white pawns in the centre look stronger than ever. They look like they're going to run through eventually. Now the black queen is hit. Black's king also a bit vulnerable.
Yeah.
That was a nasty check.
And just see white's positions. So harmonious. Rook attacks the queen, and now another pawn will fall.
Yeah, 3 pawns now for that black knight, and black's pieces, the minor pieces, bishop and knight, they're pretty bad. They're going to have a hard time stopping the white pawns. Yeah, as Magnus said, the moment's passed, Liam just lost control, and that was all it took. The moment the black knight retreated and got controlled like this, a huge threat on the board now. White wants to take that knight and jump in with the white queen, checkmate.
4 seconds.
Unstoppable. Almost, but yeah, the moment the black started retreating, it went wrong.
This is a good move.
Yeah.
And now you can take the bishop minimum, but can you take the knight here? Quite possibly.
Yeah.
This is the simplest way to just get your material back. I say, well, and still attacking with everything here. So yeah, this is it's going to be a very interesting final. Yeah, right. I mean, Arjun versus. Young versus old. Can we call Magnus old? I don't know, I guess so. Yeah.
Well, against a 19-year-old. And here it is. We have a teenager in the final in the Julius Baer Generation Cup. He knocks out Liam Le, one of the top players this season on the tour. We could actually see some reaction from the Indian Iceman there. He looked a little bit relieved and very happy. Look at this. What do you think, Jovanka, it means for Arjun to now be in a final to face the world champion?
Yeah, you saw the delight on his face, and I swear he did a little fist pump, like, yes, he did it. He's played fantastically. And the fact that, he's had to recover his composure and actually just win the matches in tie breaks. Oh, what a... That is a great reaction. You can just see that sigh of relief. Oh my God, so much emotion from usually the quite stoic Indian. This is great. And you saw Magnus Carlsen call him amazing.
Yeah.
I know I've also heard Fabiano Caruana call him incredible as well. I think it's going to be such an exciting match tomorrow.
Yeah. 19 years old, ready to face Magnus Carlsen. What do you make out of that reaction he had there, David? With it almost looked like he needed a moment.
Yeah, it just shows how much it means to him.
Yeah.
This is his big breakthrough year. Remember, just a year or two ago, he wasn't maybe a kind of a household name. And I just feel with that passion that drives him, the hunger, just the way he studies chess, the way he plays, that's going to give him the edge in future years. And is this the first finalist we've seen from India on the tour?
We did see Prag against Ding, didn't we?
Prag got to the final, yes, but we could see the first Indian winner, and that would be another big breakthrough for such a great chess nation.
Yeah, and we're joined by Arjun Erigaisi, making it to the final to face Magnus Carlsen. Congratulations, Arjun.
Hi, thanks a lot.
We did see you take a little bit of a moment there, even a little fist bump. What does this mean to you?
It means a lot reaching the finals of a Champions Chess Tour event, which is always very strong, and also the match was very close. I could have finished it off in the third game, but I kind of hesitated. I didn't find the killer bishop d2, and after that fourth game I was very nervous and I played bad, and after losing the fourth game I wasn't sure how it would go, but I'm glad I managed to win it.
Yeah, second day in a row you win it in blitz tiebreaks. How are you able to stay so calm? What are you doing in between games here to focus?
I'm just trying to take the current game, like I'm trying to forget the previous games and about the future games, just take one game at a time and focus on that. And I think I'm managing to do that pretty well.
Definitely. Are you talking to someone in between the games, a coach, a family member?
Oh yeah, I talk to my parents.
Okay, what are you talking to them about, chess or something else then?
Oh no, they just motivate me. They say it's okay, be confident and stuff like that. And also sometimes we talk non-chess things.
Fantastic. How cool to have a fan club there in your house. And now to play Magnus Carlsen in the final. I understand you don't have too much experience playing against him.
Oh yeah, it will be very interesting to play against Magnus the two days in a row. And I'll definitely learn a lot. It will help me with my chess for sure.
Yeah. And actually, your fellow Indian teammate, Pragnananda, in Miami a month ago, he was actually able to win his match against Magnus in blitz tiebreaks. Will you talk to Prag to get some tips heading into the match?
Not really. I don't think so. I think I'll just try to play my best chess and see how it goes.
Yeah, fantastic. And we are looking forward to this final. What's going to be your plan, your strategy?
Nothing particular as such. Maybe I'll just check some openings and try to play my best chess.
Yeah. We are looking forward to it. We wish you best of luck tomorrow and on the final day, Arjun. Enjoy this moment being in the final.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Congratulations again. He is ready for his very first final. It's going to be played over 2 days. Tomorrow is the first day, best out of 4 rapid games. And we will have a winner of the first match. And then on day 2, another match with 4 rapid games. And if they are tied after those 2 matches, then on Sunday there will potentially be blitz tiebreaks. Simon, what chances do you give Arjun in the final?
It's always tough playing Magnus, especially when he's in great form, but he's playing great, especially when he's got the white pieces. I mean, Arjun's pushing everyone, and I think he's got the right style to play against Magnus, because when he goes for it with white, he's a great attacker, and that's what he's going to need to take that against Magnus tomorrow. So it's going to be a brilliant final.
It's been a brilliant tournament so far for Arjun. He finished second in the preliminaries, and in the quarterfinals yesterday, he knocked out Christopher Yu in blitz tiebreaks. Magnus Carlsen, he knocked out one of his favorite rivals, Levon Aronian, to make it to the semifinals and winning in the rapid portion against Vincent Keimer. Magnus is ready for the final. Arjun in another blitz tiebreaks, knocking out a super strong player, Liam Lair, to be in that final. So those 2 players up against each other, David, those 2 styles, what should we expect?
Well, I think the first couple of games, at least to the first day of the final, they'll just be feeling each other out. They haven't played each other that many times, Magnus said, just 2 games between them, and it's always tough at the top level. Normally, you're really familiar with your opponent, you know their strengths, weaknesses, and Magnus, we know, is a universal player. He's going to be trying to probe at the youngsters' weaknesses. For Erigaisi, I think it's just about holding his nerve, getting his great openings. He's been very impressive in that stage so far, but from there, it's just experience and, whether the nerves hold up.
Yeah, and it's 50-50 for you now, David, to see a teenager win the Meltwater, the Julius Baer Generation Cup. 2 generations will fight against each other in the final starting tomorrow. Magnus at 31, Arjun at 19. And we had some fantastic teenage stories today.
We did. You guys really went to town sharing with us your stories. But there can only be one winner of this Air Things View Plus. And the winner is Robbie, hashtag PR17 Forever, who says, talking of drunken stories, I have a few. A happy one is the Smith and Williamson Young Masters in Guildford. Drunkenly remember being in the pub and had an arm wrestle with our very own Simon Williams for a pint. I lost. I was 18 and bought him a pint. Congratulations, Robbie. And shame on you, Simon, for wrestling an 18-year-old.
I was probably 16, so it's fine. So, you know.
And if you as well want to challenge Simon tomorrow in arm wrestling or maybe even chess, then we urge you to head down to the Good Night pub in Oslo. There's going to be a meet-up event, watch party for the first day of the final. So do head there together with Simon to enjoy some chess. We are looking forward to that big final starting tomorrow, so hope to see you again. And yeah, let's build up to a big final between Magnus and Arjun. See you tomorrow. Bye.